I don't know what the fuck it is. You know, shout out to Talorx, Big Lorx, friend of the channel. What up, Magic? I got a fucking tweet that I'm live. About to fuck around with some Diablo, probably. What up, kitten? Yeah, I'm playing Diablo 4, yeah. The key is blood giving willingly. Facts. It's reparations. That's the most important part. We get an 8-hour endless stream? Oh no, I don't think so. My day off fell right on Juneteenth sad though, because if I didn't, I would be at work while white collar jobs get the day off. That's so okay. I'm gonna talk about my job for a minute because this shit is fucking ridiculous. This shit is fucking ridiculous. I'm supposed to be at work right now. I'm supposed to be at work right now for another 2 hours, and I'm not going back there today. They'll be lucky if I go back there at all. Cause here's what's going down, right? Um, I'm a contractor. I am contracted to one company that is leasing my labor, we'll say, to another company. A much larger, more important company. Um, while I do this, I'm also going to smoke a little because it's Juneteenth. Fuck. Um, pack this. So here's the deal. So I'm contracted to work to this company. My contract seems reasonable. My schedule is 8:30 to 5:30. And my title as, I'm obviously a contractor, but my official title, like the department I'm working in, is freight handling, basically, we'll say. I won't say the actual title because, but I'm basically in freight handling, right? And so, God, maybe a month, 2 months in, they inform us that they will be moving from a regular 8-hour shift schedule, which I was already not on because I was there from 8:30 to 5:30, a full hour outside of the 8 hours, right? I was there a half hour early, I'm there a half hour late, right? We're going to be moving from an 8-hour schedule to a 12-hour schedule. So instead of Monday through Friday, 8:30 to 5:30, it's now in 2-week blocks, right? Starting with Sunday, you have off. Monday and Tuesday, you work. Wednesday and Thursday, you have off. And then you work Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, 12-hour shifts. But then after that, you have Monday and Tuesday off. Then you work Wednesday and Thursday. Then you have Friday and Saturday off, and it repeats starting the same way with, that's how it goes, right? Absolutely fucking ridiculous. So, I contact my contractor because I'm not trying to do that shit. Because what ended up happening is I'm talking to another coworker. I'm like, yo, I'm not trying to do that. She tells me, don't worry. If your contract is for whatever, then you work the hours of your contract. I go, cool. I show up. The fucking head of HR is having a meeting and is like, yo, 7 o'clock means 7 o'clock. We're 7 to 7. I don't want to see people waltzing in here at 8:30. And he turns and looks dead at me, looks me directly in my eye, right? Mind you, I have no paperwork, no paper trail, no correspondence, no emails, no Teams messages, no text messages, not even a heads up, right? I just hear this shit through the grapevine thinking, nah, that's not going to apply to me. And I find out the day that it gets implemented, I'm late for work. I'm like 2 hours late for work. So I pull up on dude like, yo, what the fuck? And this is when I find out what my new shift is. Because obviously there's 4 shifts. There's day shift and night shift. And then there's people that have to be working in there on the days that you have off. So there's A shift, B shift, C shift, D shift. And I'm on the A shift, right? And mind you, I still don't have a forklift certification. I haven't touched a lift in there because they don't have anyone in there who is certified to certify other people to operate the forklifts. Keep that in mind because that's going to be important for later. Very, very important for later, actually. So 3 months into a 6-month contract. Yo, what's up, Pyro? 3 months into a 6-month contract. April 11th is when they finally get some people from off-site, from another site, who have this particular certification to come. I'm pretty sure they were from out of state. Get them to come, watch us operate these specific forklifts after a presentation, and certify us on the specific pieces of equipment that they watch us operate. Which is like 2 out of 7, mind you, because they were trying to get so many people done in a short amount of time that not all of us had the time to actually get seen operating lift and demonstrating that we have the knowledge and the capability. Which is fine because they said they're going to get people on site certified to train. And I'm like, all right, that's cool. It's wild as fuck that y'all waited halfway through my contract to let me be able to do like 75% of my job. But I wasn't complaining because I was just standing there looking pretty, collecting the check for the first like 2-3 months anyway, right? Now, fast forward like a week. This is April 19th, April 20th, right? The manager sees that I am very capable, extraordinarily capable in the forklift, and decides, I would like to make this person a certified trainer, right? Mind you, this is after they've moved several others from other sites around the country to work in this particular place to do certain other odds and ends, putting out fires basically, because the site, it upsized dramatically and they didn't have the manpower or the know-how to actually handle the amount of workload that they decided that they were going to take. Because the planners and shit, they just all saw dollar signs in their eyes because they made a shitload of money during the pandemic, just like a lot of major companies did, and decided that they wanted to chase that bag off into the sunset, right? So now, mind you, the first few weeks that I started working there, they expressed adamantly they needed the extra help. This was before we even knew we were getting switched to a 12-hour schedule, right? And then the week prior, they let us know, but they were still inviting people to come get overtime because we didn't have weekend shifts at this point. But they said, if you come work on the weekend, we will give you $500, right? And they told the contractors this. This was a verbal agreement that everyone had, but none of the contractors I've talked to from that first month and a half, have received a single fucking cent of that money, right? When we switched from the 8-hour shifts to the 12-hour shifts, employees were supposed to receive 1,000, a band, a stack, a rack, a C-note, a fucking actual $1,000 for fucking shift differential pay, right? For the actual price of the life toll that you are going to take, basically giving your life over to this place for 2 days, 3 days at a time, because depending on how bad your commute is, you're not doing shit between the time that you get off, you clock out, and you clock back in the morning, because you don't have the fucking time for it or the energy, right? So people who actually work there, the non-contractors, apparently, they got $1,000 in shift differential pay, right? And then on top of that, the senior manager of HR comes in one night because there's no night shift people, right? It's all contractors and like 2 actual employees, and says, verbal agreement yet again, I will give $500 to anyone who stays and works to make sure this specific project that we're working on, that it definitely gets done. I worked 16 fucking hours, right? And all I got was the baseline overtime for the week, not even for the day. I got the overtime for the week, right? After working a 16 fucking hour shift. And when I emailed them about it, it was crickets, because they don't want the paper trail for that, right? Yo, what up, Arun? Oh yeah, the biryani, I feel it. So this is before we even get to, now we're coming upon this certification for forklift training, right? I go through this training with the other person who is going to be leaving the site. They're not an actual employee. They're an employee of the company, but they're from another state halfway across the fucking country. And they got flown out to work on this major project, and they're going back. They're here temporarily, right? Mind you, this is a position that they literally cannot hire new people without, right? Because everyone who works in this particular department needs to be forklift certified. And you need someone who is certified in training to certify these people in operation. I am one of the 2 people they get, right? And the same manager of HR tells me, both in writing and verbally, yeah, I'm gonna put you fast tracked so that you become a permanent employee, right? So that you're not just a temp anymore. Because we were told that the threshold was like 480 hours you have to work before you're eligible to be considered a permanent employee. Or and in retrospect, if I was a shady ass company, I would tell people that just to get 400, at least 480 hours worth of work out of them. If they were too expensive to fire, you know what I mean? But also, I passed my 90-day threshold because this is way past 30 days, way past 3 months into a 6-month contract at this point. So I'm thinking, cool, my job is secured. You know what I mean? I am just gonna do me. My job title doesn't change, and my pay rate does not change because I'm not actually an employee of this company, right? And it's not as if it's completely out of their hands to at least change my title because they could easily do that within the company because I'm a contractor anyway. So I'm in pencil at all times anyway. So, um, last week I find out because, mind you, I'm still supposed to take care of all of my other freight handler responsibilities along with this position as a trainer to train new operators, which is in itself a job that nets almost $60,000 a year in my state, right? My state is among the top 5 or top 10 states for this job title in the country in terms of salary, but still, like I live in this state. That is the because I did my research. I did my homework on this shit, right? So last week there's this big announcement, or a couple weeks before that, they make this big announcement that I'm going to be the official forklift trainer on the site. Everybody starts clapping, whatever. Like, yeah, if you need some practice on the forklift or you want to get forklift certified, go talk to Endless. They call me Endless at work too. But anyway, go talk to Endless if you want to get forklift certified. That's basically what they say. On top of the other duties that I already had. And mind you, I'd already had like maybe 2 classes of people that I have already certified at least 4 people, right? I've already forklift certified. I've been a part of that process for at least 4 other people over these last 2 months, right? But they announced, maybe like 3 weeks ago, yeah, he's going to be the guy. They announced last week, hey, not only is he the guy, like he's the guy. His only responsibility in here now is to certify new people for the forklift. And I'm thinking, yo, okay, question marks. And I was already tight because one of the things that they talked about but never discussed with me, because there's a lot of planning being done with me that I'm not actually a part of. They were talking about moving my shift around. So not only am I working 12-hour shifts, I'm working, 7 to 7 a.m. on Monday and then 7 to 7 p.m. on Wednesday. That type of fuck shit, right? This was just like thrown out there, completely fucking separate from. I'm finding out about this shit at these morning meetings, right? And I'm just like, okay. And I'm like, I want to stay here and I'll get my foot in the door and demonstrate that I'm capable of doing this, and then we can negotiate from there, I guess. But they told me last week, your only responsibility, or they announced to everyone as I'm finding out, that my only responsibility is training new people, right? So it's already question marks for me because I've noticed that my title has not changed anywhere else. This is just something that we've said out loud and everybody starts clapping and shit. And so, of course, when I'm just like chilling on the dock on my phone while I'm watching people run the forklift, people start coming up to me in terms of like, I don't mean like people, I mean like supervisors and like management. Like, hey, are you helping out with kitting or what are you doing? Kitting being like one of the responsibilities I have to do as a freight handler in this particular place. And so right away, alarm bells are sounding because it's like, okay, it was already sus that you made me decide to do this job without changing my title or my pay rate and make that my job. But now you're telling me You want me to do all the stuff that I was already doing. So basically just continue to do everything that I've been doing over the last 2 months. Because what ended up happening after that is I wrote an email to the site director and that same HR manager, like, hey, I have not gotten a single fucking thing in writing since I started working with this place from you guys, but you guys have made all these plans for these positions for me to fill. When I call my contractor up on the phone, because this is the worst part, when I call my contractor, they tell me they don't even fucking have access to my contract. They can't even access my contract. Right? So I need something in writing. I at least need to be walked into a room and sat down with to have a seat at the table for when these conversations are being fucking had, right? That's all. That's it. In the most polite, professional manner that I can possibly think of. Not only did they ignore my emails, they ignored my emails. This was last Thursday. They ignored my email, but my manager, not even my manager, the manager of the dock comes to me and tells me, hey, make sure you apply for the job so that you get hired. Because I don't want her to skip over you to hire someone else. Just remind her that you work here. And I'm like, what in the fuck are you talking about? You guys told me 2 months ago that you had already started the process to transfer me from contractor to permanent hire. And now you're telling me 4.5 months into a 6-month contract that I've been doing this job for free for 2 months? For 2 months? I have to apply to this job that I've already been doing for free for 2 months? And I say, you know what? Fuck it. Fuck it. Beyond that, I'm gonna just to cover my bases, I'll fucking apply. I'm gonna apply, right? So I ask, where do I apply for this position? He gets busy, forgets to send me the link. The link doesn't work when he sends it to me. He said he's going to talk to HR about getting the link fixed, whatever. This is last Thursday. So I go the whole weekend, right? Friday, Saturday, Sunday, like whatever. They're taking care of it. It doesn't have anything to do with me. I mean, it does, but there's nothing I can do about it. All the management's gone for the day, and I'm just not going to worry about it this weekend because I'm going to relax. I'm going to fucking chill out, play some VR, and just do me for the weekend, right? I get in there this morning. Of course, my email to both. I find out that that HR manager, his first day back on site after a 1.5 week long fucking vacation was today. So I had no expectations whatsoever that he had read or was going to read my email today at all, right? So that's fucked up, number one. Aside from the fact that we're working on a federal holiday with no fucking holiday pay, right? Juneteenth, go figure. And so I decide today, like, because I'm looking for the site director so I can like be like, yo, can I talk to you for a minute? Try to pull somebody aside, talk to somebody. You know what I mean? I'm losing my shit trying to hunt someone down to do this, even though this was the one thing I was trying to avoid because motherfuckers have been telling me shit and doing shit completely different for the last 4.5 months. So at this point, I just want the closure to be like, look, just as a person, what are y'all doing? What are y'all doing? And to just tell them flat the fuck out, look, this trainer situation, I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it unless we have some type of agreement here. Because I've been doing it. You all have said yourselves through your explanation of the situation and my understanding of my employment here. I've been doing this job for free for 2 months. It's fucking Juneteenth. Y'all got me fucked up if you think I'm gonna be here working for free on Juneteenth or any other day moving forward, right? If I'm just a contractor, let me do what's in the terms of my contract, and which I can only assume what they are because no one seems to have access to it. So I'm just going to do what I did the first week I got here, right? or let's actually sit at the table and work out a salary and so on and so forth if you want me to perform this particular duty here, right? Can't find anyone. So I fucking straight up, not even an email. I do this on purpose because I want to see, yo, what the fuck? I Teams message, right? I fucking Teams message the director of HR, right? Who was on site as well. I Teams message the director at HR. This is, you know, the team viewer, like the instant messenger, Windows Instant Messenger. I Teams her and say, hey, I just need some clarity on my position because lots of things have been said about what I'm supposed to do, but I'm uncertain about the details of my contract and or the status of my employment. Can we just please, at your earliest convenience, just reach out so I can get some clarity here? I literally watch her look at my IM and ignore it in real fucking time. This is the director of HR that just left me on red. So I say, fuck this. I'm clocking out and going home. That's exactly what the fuck I did, and that's why I'm here now. The sick guitar, thank you, Metalhead. This string is broken, but it's a obviously it's a BC Rich. It's a neck through, so it's an NT. One of the oh, I'm like, why is it? I thought I was backwards. The fucking, because I'm like, it's upside down. Nah, I just got the reverse headstock because as a fellow metalhead, you should know the reverse headstock is metal as fuck. It just is. And this has been my road duty guitar for almost 10 years now. I got this guitar in 2016, I believe, either 2015 or 2016. And it was kind of a cool story. The band I was in at the time, which is a completely different story that I don't want to get into now, but at the time, I was at the peak of my alcoholism, we'll say that. Both of my guitars ended up getting broken through I didn't physically break the guitars myself, but I take ownership over them getting broken because I left them in spots where the inevitable conclusion of me leaving them in those places was that they were going to get broken. Other people were going to fuck with them and break them, right? So I have two guitars that need repaired. And so I decide, why don't I just get a new guitar that's neck through? Because I also, my guitar at the time was, I had a Floyd Rose in it, and I wanted a fixed bridge, so I just got a cheap shit Rhodes V from Guitar Center, and that was the first guitar that broke. And it altered the sounds, and it was just not a very quality guitar, so I was like, I want to get at least something mid that's neck through and fixed bridge. So I knew I wanted that. And so I was searching for a while, and I actually was not huge into BC Riches. I respected them and their place in the metal scene. You know, and one of my favorite guitarists of all time, fucking Terrence Hobbs from Suffocation. He's throughout been like sworn by the Warlock, you know what I mean? Lots of guitar players that I've loved have loved the Warlock shape. And so I'm looking for something like like if I'm even gonna go in the BC Rich direction, I want something like a Beast, because my other guitar was a Moser Fast Star, for anyone who's familiar with that company. But I'm thinking I'm gonna get like a you know, like another like Rhodes V or just a V or something like that. But I happened upon that guitar on Craigslist because I think someone sent it to me. And I meet this guy in a parking lot. The guitar was gonna be for 450. I meet this guy in a parking lot, and he recognizes me as like, oh shit, I like your band. I'll give it to you, and I like haggle him down. I give it to he gives me the guitar for 400, my band at the time, shirt and CD, and that was one of the coolest experiences I had. But the cool experiences in that band were to be few and far between, and my tenure in that band was to be short lived, as time would tell. I've kept it pretty okay. It's definitely very, very dusty. I don't practice. Yo, what up, Paradigm? My fault. I was telling a story and then I only read chat up to so far. And yeah. Um how does my contractor didn't say they have the rights to my contract. When I called my contractor, she just like was like, "Yeah, I can't see that." And I'm like, "What do you mean? You're literally my contractor. How can you not see my contract?" I'm like, "Well, can you like, try?" Because she sounds young. She sounds younger than me, like fresh out of high school or like in college or something. And this is just like a gig. I'm just like, fam, like, this is how I keep from like getting put out on the fucking street. So if you could maybe have a little hustle about you, maybe light a little tiny fire under your ass, I would appreciate that. I know you probably deal with a bunch of fucking contractors daily, but if you could just like HBO, you know what I'm saying, help a brother out. Just look after me in particular. But I personally don't know what my contract is because I was trying to find it in my email because it was like it was an e-signature and shit. But like I understand why she says she can't get to it now. It's because like I was looking for that shit and I couldn't fucking get to it, and I signed the motherfucker. And it didn't say. I don't remember it saying anything about hours or anything on there. Um, which might be how I got fucked too. Which is a wild ass bait and switch to be like, hey, you want this regular 9 to 5? Just kidding. It's 12-hour shifts. You know what I mean? Like that's fucking. I don't know. This shit is dummy shady. Dummy shady. But yeah. When I go back in there tomorrow, I'm hunting down someone. HR, like I'm hunting down someone immediately. Immediately. Before I lift a finger to do anything in there. Uh, to get your I've had to do that before. I've had to do that before. Also, keeping a kitten said happy Juneteenth to all us Negroes in chat. I had to reiterate that because I missed it while I was telling the story. I had to do that before. And the fucked up thing is, it was somebody I thought was my friend. It was their mom and the company that they worked for that were like fucking around with my W-2 and my I literally had to be shady and like just I knew the answer to this question, but I just like posted a Facebook status like, "Yo, can you sue someone if they don't send you your W-2?" And they got mad as fuck and sent me that shit ASAP. Then they try to say they sent it to the wrong address when they said they already sent it. Shout out to all the real ones in chat. Shout out DJ Blaze. Shout out Keeping a Kitten. Shout out Nemo. Shout out Thay. Shout out fucking Pyro Tyrant. Shout out Magic. What up, Zero? Shout out fucking Metalhead and Enforced Viper. Hey, thanks. Well, shout out Paradigm, of course. Shout out Arun. Matter of fact, let me just do this. There we go. Get that going. We got the black and brown people taken care of, you know what I mean? Gotta get the white people last. It's Juneteenth. Back of the bus. Alright, y'all, let's play some Diablo. Actually, you know what? Before we get to Diablo, let's since we got metalheads in here, I'm gonna put something on because I really want to get some water. Someone's totally gonna clip that. I hope they do. I hope to fucking God they do. I'm never beating the anti-miscegenation allegations. I'm never beating the anti-race mixing allegations. I am a woke segregationist. That is exactly what I am. If you've listened to any fucking thing that I've said for longer than 10 seconds in this fucking channel, the only possible reasonable logical conclusion that you could come to is that I'm clearly a woke segregationist. That's why I live with a white dude. You know, it's just, yeah. That's what you hear from Voshites all the time. Yeah, it's because they're real segregationists. So they gotta fucking, that's the hand that's waving over here while the other hand's in your pocket, fucking taking your wallet and touching your pee-pee a little bit. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, look out for the black nationalists. They're saying shit that's just like the shit the white nationalists say. Look at them. Oh. It's real Uncle Ruckus, don't trust them new niggas over there energy. And I feel like I want to talk about that a little bit too. Like, like the trope of Steven. The trope of Steven from Django Unchained is all well and good. But if we truly unpacked why he was the way that he was and didn't just take him as the stereotype that he is, what would make a person behave in that way? And you imagine you're an old slave. The only thing that you're good for is performing work. That's what you've been taught your whole life is your value as an animal, not a man. And the stronger, bigger, younger, literate animal shows up on your doorstep, right? Don't trust them new niggas over there. Shout out to Shark 300. Let me put a song on for y'all. Word. All right, now that I'm back, let's play some Diablo. Shout out to Talorix. Oh, you say you had some people come through your garden? That's fucking lit. Let's get some shout outs as well. VC is open. Y'all know the vibes. Y'all know it's Endless Cemetery. I'm in the VC. Come through. If you feel it, you must. You have something that you would like to get off your chest, perhaps. Sorry that your employer is too stupid to see how brilliant a work they may have just lost due to their own stupidity. So here's what I sense is the situation. And this is why I've been so patient for this long, because honestly, I could have been like, I could have done what I really wanted to do and been mad fucking like just hood and just clocked in and went the fuck home. You know what I mean? Because a lot of people been doing that. They've had that issue with, because they don't have supervisors. They don't have the management. They don't have the cohesion at the fucking, it's wild because there's too many chiefs and not enough Indians, right? Pardon the expression. You have all these management positions and supervisor positions and director positions, right? All this shit, but you have no actual like foreman on the dock to direct people, to direct the operators, right? So, and on top of that, you have one dude to actually certify all these people to be operators, a dude who they don't know is going to be refusing to do that job until he gets adequately paid for it, right? So hell yeah, you're gonna get people come in, look at their phones. There was a motherfucker that brought an air mattress and fucking blew an air mattress up on a dock and went to fucking sleep. Took his goofy ass to sleep for 12 hours and got paid for all of that. Right? They caught him on camera and shit. The fucking director of the site came in and seen the fucking blanket. Motherfucker had a phone charger and everything, yo. Ignorant. Just ignorant. I wanted to do that kind of shit, because I won't say I've been above doing that shit in the past. But I've been very, very patient, I feel like, because I sense the shifting leadership, right? So the ship is kind of without direction. And they need people to help course correct. And I'm trying to be patient, but it's getting to the point where they're playing with my money. And playing with my money is like playing with my emotions. I don't like that shit. Not a little bit. Not even a little bit. Don't fucking play with my money. I'm a drug war veteran. I really don't fucking like when people play with my money. People really slap on fascists to anyone they hate, from trans folks to black folks. True. It's are we talking about Jesus fucking Christ, dude? Are we gonna do this? Are we gonna do this? Am I getting debated into talking about this? Is that what's about to happen, Nemo? Fuck it, let's do it. Let's spin the block. Let's beat the fucking anti-race mixing allegations yet again. Right? Why would they do this? Why do you think they would do this? I'm curious. Because I genuinely don't know why this discourse keeps coming up. So like, I genuinely want to know why other people think this is a thing. I'm not anti-race mixing because I don't believe in the concept of race, like, fundamentally. I'm anti-white supremacy, and I've expressed as much. But I genuinely don't understand why we have to keep, why, like, I do and I don't get it at the same time. I do understand that white supremacy has like its own inbuilt fucking like fail safes and security systems and shit so that motherfuckers understand that they want to keep reinforcing it because it's good for them or whatever. But like, I genuinely don't understand why we have to continue to spin the block on this particular like this thing right here, as if this anything you see on the screen right here, as if any of this is the most pressing issue facing black people or white people. Like, I don't get why we need to talk about this. Because, like, my only guess is that a lot of these white leftists and shit, like, are only just now finding out that this is even a thing in the first place. And I would file Shark 300 into that category because, well, you know. You know. He's not black, he's green. I mean, okay. Is this really mean, though? Think about all the black people you've ever met in your entire life. All of them. Every last one of them. Even if you don't remember their names. Think about all the black people you've ever met in your entire life. How many of them have you even entertained the thought of getting married and having kids with? I know you were joking, but like, people think it's mean, but it's like, how? It's just like the like C word, the saltine word. Like, if we're going to entertain this shit, like the Destiny take of like me saying the N word along to my favorite song in the privacy of my own home doesn't hurt anyone. By that same token, like if a tree falls in the forest but nobody's around to hear it, does it make a sound? If I have a slur for you, but the slur is in itself based in the fact that it doesn't matter what I say or do to you because you constantly hold power in every interaction we have, how exactly does that mean? It's crybaby shit. But because people are putting the cart before the horse, if we're being generous here, they're assuming they're on that fucking liberal be the change you want to see in the world shit, right? Where they're trying to live in an egalitarian society. They think that just because they have the correct opinions about some things and they're like on the right side of history, you know what I mean? That they're good people and shit, that automatically qualifies them to speak on any and all things, even when they're things that don't directly relate to them, right? And it's the liberal standpoint is always the fucking same, right? I'm just gonna play a clip because I don't even have to say anything, because yet again, this is one of those things that's not even, it's not even, it hasn't even been discussed in a roundabout way or in any type of heady theory. This direct question has been asked and answered, and the answer has been known for a long fucking time. But let me take y'all on a trip.
Socialism.
Predictions aren't very correct now, but that eventually in the world we will have a single race that
see, and listen to the language. We already have a single race. It's called the human race, right? This is why this shit is so fucking unserious, is because race at any given time has 3 different meanings, right? It's just like the word respect, where motherfuckers are like, if you don't respect me, I don't respect you. And respect can either mean deference or just acknowledgement. As in, if you don't defer to me, I'm not going to acknowledge you. When they say, if you don't respect me, I don't respect you, right? That type of goofy shit. Race means race as in the human race. Race means skin color. And then race means white supremacy, because race science is white supremacy. right? All the things that we think are intrinsic to people who have dark skin or have historically had dark skin, it's all race science and can literally all be filed under the category of white supremacy, right? So keep that in mind, that at any given time, race can mean three entirely separate things. And because our culture is so fucking indoctrinated in white supremacy, people jump around them. Will jump back and forth between all three and not think twice about it, not understand how silly what they're actually saying is, right? Just listen to this question.
In the world, we will have a single race, that the races will eventually work out problems and interracial marriages will take place and there will be one race in the world. Do you think that'll ever come true?
It's quite possible. Of course, it's a long way off, but...
And I'm going to deal with that point as well, too, because if I were him, I would have said something different in this position. But what he said wasn't incorrect. It's just, I'm going to show you guys something after this.
Anyway, I don't see any opposition to it. Before it occurs, however, each race will have to properly make its contribution to humanity. Consequently, the Africans will have to make their proper contribution, and it has to be then, of course, and really on an equal footing, not as it is today, where the Africans have nothing to say about it, but it's for your good, and therefore we've decided it for you.
Okay.
Now, what he's saying there is, sure, it could happen, but the culture has to change first, because white people have dominant culture. They are the cultural hegemon, right? This is basic-ass leftism 101. Hegemony, right? Fucking Gramsci. Basic shit, right? What does it actually mean if, according to the rules that they made when we're talking about race science, it doesn't matter what skin color you are, you can still be black? Light-skinned black people, albino black people with vitiligo, right? What is it? And then it begs the question as in, what does it actually mean to be black, right? And there's a lot of different answers to that now because a lot of people put different things into it. But when you think of the conception of blackness, it was literally invented so that people who were designated as black would be a permanent underclass, an exploitable minority by which you can constantly exploit them for labor, right? Cheap and or free labor, whether they were in slavery or just in participating in capitalism, regardless. There's going to be winners and losers, and you need to have designated losers. If you're going to consider yourself a designated winner, you got to have designated losers, right? And that's how this fucking came to be. Yes, people don't think about assimilation, right? When you hear someone who is a classical liberal talk about how when immigrants emigrate to America, their first and foremost concern should be assimilation, your eyebrow shoots through the fucking ceiling because you implicitly know how fucking racist that is, right? But we can't apply that same logic to people who just like want to be around people who don't make them feel uncomfortable. And that's like part of the entitlement. And, you know, if you're a bunny hopper like me, that's cool. But like, be aware that there will be cultural consequences for your not mixed race child. You are not going to have a mixed race child, air quotes. Your child is not going to get hired because they're half white. Your child is going to get ridiculed because he is black. Not half black, because he is black. Period. Right? He, she, they, whatever. Because we already have this, right? And there was a period of time, so let's say, okay, if I asked you what the ratio was of like, okay, let's even say this. I'll do you one better. Juneteenth funeral pyre? Sure, let's get it. I'll do you one better than the whole there'll be one race thing, right? what if, hypothetically, because this has totally never happened, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, what if black people actually significantly outnumbered white people in America? What would happen to white supremacy then? I'll give you a hint. I'll give you a fucking hint. So, kind of makes you wonder, huh? If white supremacy is that persistent, even when they're outnumbered, sometimes 3-1, what would happen? What would happen if, I don't know. This is such a fucking stupid conversation. Just because people don't understand white supremacy. Like, no one is saying people with dark skin should never ever be allowed to have sex with and have kids with people with lighter skin. We're saying that shit is sus because we live in a culture of white supremacy that people don't acknowledge or check or do anything to meaningfully combat. And if you think that light-skinned black people existing is a recent phenomena, as if slave owners weren't raping and kitty fucking their way through Africa literally this entire time, I just have no idea what to say to you. I truly don't. I truly don't.
Yo.
All right, so I just that last bit you got me. You want to know why, nigga? And I'm just going off. You know why niggas can't conceptualize the shit you're talking about? It's something I put together very recently for myself.
Before we go, because I know where you're about to go. I'm also mixed race.
Oh no.
There's white people, like whole ass European gentry white people in my family. My grandmother's grandfather was a white man.
It's not
take a
even
fucking
about...
wild guess how that came to be. Just you get 3 guesses. 3 guesses. Take a wild guess how that is.
Nigga, we already know, but like it's a part of the reason niggas can't consent, like not niggas, but because we can, but it's like why when we try and talk about like, yeah, the deeper insidious nature of white supremacy and how it kind of forces you by threat of exclusion to become one with the mainline society, to assimilate into it, to like drop that's what it looks like when it wins. All of the horrible stories we have of like man in the high. Yes, this is what it looks like.
What is professionalism?
When those evil niggas win. Like that's just what it is. Like what we're talking about is the victory of white supremacy. Like when we talk about like, yes, the shit they used to do back in the day, the reason they don't do that anymore in America is because they've won. Like they have a society that's good for them. They like it where we're on the fucking bottom and shit. And the only way that continues is when we have all of these dumb fucks who don't give a fuck. We have the typically evil conservatives who are, you know, just plantation owners in the modern day. And then we have like the fake fucking leftists and like the Democrats who all they can give you and like the onslaught of all this fucking white supremacy is like, we're going to kneel with you on the kente cloth. That's it. The fucking Democrats and like the fucking white supremacist leftists online, it's like, oh, we'll use you as the token anytime we're debating someone who will just outright say the N-word. Like, then you get the tactical N-word drop. But
and they're on Bullet Boys time. Like we just like whenever some fucked up shit happens to us, we're just like, witness me, witness. Like, yeah, we got you. We're here to witness you and nothing else.
Pretty fucking much. The reason motherfuckers can't wrap their head around all of this shit is because in the white supremacist myth of like there's bad guys who do evil thing and then we come and defeat them, it's like, yeah, they don't actually take time to consider what it would look like if the bad guys won. Like, yeah, you get horrible shit like the Trail of Tears. You get shit like chattel slavery where black people and black women are used for the most like inhumane shit. And then it continues. And then like, yeah, shit evolves in a white supremacist culture, and it evolves in the most degenerate, insidious fucking way. Like, you don't get equality from a white supremacist culture because that's not how a white supremacist culture is going to fucking survive. Like, this idea that like after the Civil War we just signed into equality for all black people, like no, like we didn't. Like,
What's the term? The banality of evil is just
yeah,
how regular shit is, because you never think about it. You never think twice about it because you're just born in. It's like kids reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. At a certain point, no matter what your opinion of it is, you ask yourself, why do we have to recite the Pledge of Allegiance every day? Why do we do that? You definitely don't do that shit as an adult. I promise you, you haven't recited you haven't put your hand over your heart and recited the Pledge of Allegiance since you fucking left high school. And if you're a smart person, you questioned why you were instructed to do that and why you did it and didn't think twice about it the whole time you were in school. And the implications that has on you as a person and your ideological values moving forward. But as stated previously, if a lot of these people had any kind of self-introspection capabilities, they wouldn't say half of the shit that they say. Case in point, you're going to title your video addressing the allegations after people talk about how anti-black you are. You're going to title your video addressing the allegations and then do nothing but spend an hour saying, yeah, I'm anti-black and I don't apologize for it. I'm going to keep doing it. Because I think it's a good thing. This is actually the best part of me. This is why people come to my channel.
One of the things that gets me is just like, you need a video entitled addressing the allegations. It's one thing if you're like actual leftist McGee fucking John Brown here and your allegations are simply like, oh, trying to foment a slave revolt and doing actual leftist goodness. Like, okay, sure, but it's like addressing your allegations are just going to be saying, yeah, you're right. Sorry about that.
I'm sure
with
that
this nigga, it's like
there's
the pedophile allegations. It's like, really?
Right.
But like, I'm just not even gonna get into that. It's not.
There's that, and I'm sure there's probably people, like, if you described John Brown to them and didn't tell them it was John Brown, they would probably be like, oh yeah, that person's totally a terrorist, having no fucking clue, having no insight into the fact that you are literally indistinguishable from your average run-of-the-mill Republican on this position. Well, you have no idea how or why, and you refuse to.
If we get into that, it's not even John Brown. Like, we can talk about like shit like the Professor Flowers conversation, right? Where it's like, bingo, the idea of land back and, you know, actual liberation for people in a position like this. It's easy to talk about and theorize and, like, you know, fucking get your pipe in like, I suppose maybe, but then shit hits the road and then you get shit like Haiti where it's like they did that shit. They took the hard road and then they did that shit. And whatever your stance is on like the Haiti fucking revolution, they did some heinous shit. They murdered a lot of fucking people, but that's what you do.
That's what had to happen.
An oppressed fucking citizen. Like, if you're talking about oppressed people rising up, like, no one, and like, we admit this when we talk about modern war crimes. It's fun to admit this when we talk about modern war crimes and killing brown people, but like, let us go back in the past and use that to just be like, yeah, it's a fucking war. You think everyone's gonna be like, Mr. I abide by the, you know, the NATO Accords. Like, fuck no. Like, you just rose up off a plantation, cut your unironic chain off your foot, and now you have a machete and Mass's plantation is right over there. You think you're gonna give out, you know, the egalitarian, you know, fucking chance to little Timmy who was throwing rocks at you 2 weeks ago? Like, I don't think so. In
it's
that
not
position,
even
people.
I was gonna say, to address what Zero was saying, like, it's not even that violence has to end it. It's literally all part of the same cycle. Like, if you have like necessarily slave revolts are something that is packaged in with slavery. When you buy the fucking slavery Lego playset, that comes with slave revolts in there. You can't get slavery without slave revolts, right? You can't
It's
get
like this little warning that says like, yo, the cigarettes contain cancer. Like you just get the fucking warning like they may try and revolt, like they don't like
right.
it, but
You can't get class without class warfare. You can't get fucking institutional misogyny without suffrage. Like these things are not, they're the same. It's not even that you can't untangle them. They're literally the fucking same. Like it's like a fucking clown just pulling scarves out of his throat and there's more scarves coming. It's like that's what it is. They're just like to sit, especially as a white person, from your comfortable position with your fucking probably like college degrees and your fucking mahogany smelling fucking cat turd low key smelling fucking library that your parents helped you pay for in the year 2023 and say, nah, I condemn people who killed innocent people in a literal fucking slave revolt. You're goofy. Like, I don't know how there's no words for me to describe how unserious you are. You literally do this shit to say extreme shit to get fucking
like,
clickbait.
It's one of those positions of privilege that like I'm tired of trying to find the intellectual way of like breaking it down so everyone and their mom is happy. So like I'll just say it the way I see it. It's like we're angry at a group of niggas who don't see the plight because they've ruled the world for at least like the last 200 years. If you want to be charitable, it's like
Right.
motherfuckers have had the run of things, and so they get to choose what to ignore. They get to choose what to pick and ignore. And it's like, yeah, the violence in society that we saw back in the day, the violence that we saw in slave revolts, you're right, it's nothing new. Like every factor of society had the threat of like, yes, and the people who do the actual manual labor might then turn on the boss. That's just been a factor of fucking life. We have that factor today. It's why they get rid of shit like unions and shit. But then it's like you said, motherfuckers want to go back and be like, well, actually, doming the little slave owner wasn't a good thing, and that's why I disagree with the whole idea of a slave revolt. They should have talked their way out of bondage, debated.
They should just voted blue no matter who.
Civil War. Yeah, we shouldn't have had the Civil War. It should have been the civil conversation. Like I don't fucking know what these motherfuckers
I don't necessarily
want.
even if it's like, but that's the thing is like even beyond that, if you're on the time of like. I understand why riots are valid in American society. Like after like all the shit that happened in 2020, salute it. You know what I mean? Even if you're on that time, why the fuck would you then turn around and be like, yeah, the people who are literally having their children sold in front of them?
I'll tell you
nah,
why.
They shouldn't have did none of that shit. That shit was kind of extra.
I'll tell you why. Because you are operating under a false premise. You are operating under the false premise that when rubber meets the road, that like, yes, the people who are on board with what happened in 2020 and 2021, that they were actually on board. No, they're doing what we do now. They're sitting in the comfort of our gaming chairs, smoking, the racist pack, and then they're saying,
there was hella people out there in 2020 though. Like there was hella
because no one hold up, because no one had
jobs.
It was the middle. Hold up, it was the middle of a fucking pandemic. Everyone was bored out of their minds, and even though there were people out there, the people getting in trouble were the fucking white people. They were able to sit back, watch this shit.
I was out there too. They went home.
Hold up. They were able to sit back and watch this shit. Let me finish. From their gamer chairs. You are talking about niggas that will watch the suffering. They will watch our pitiful little, protests and shit, knowing that it's going to get crushed. And the only thing in it is the entertainment value. Like you said earlier, being on the right side of history. Because when we look back at this, if everything goes right, like, yes, the niggas who are opposed to that are going to be on the wrong side of history. They're getting their cards in now. But then we look at major institutional societal changes, and now they got to imagine themselves in that. If brown, black, indigenous, minority people rise up, is it gonna be like fucking Haiti, where like, yeah, the motherfuckers just got kicked off the fucking island? Or is it gonna be like is it gonna be the leftist bullshit they build in their head, where for some reason white people are still on top?
Ongoing pandemic. That's also true. It is an ongoing pandemic.
Ongoing pandemic. Thank you.
I had to point that out. Bellamy. But that shit was mad funny too, because like it was like clockwork. As soon as the first fucking riot cop came out, I mean, as soon as a fucking glint of a shield started coming off the sun, before the sun was even fully set, the white people were like, all right, let's go watch Bridgerton. Like, they were out. They got loose. You know what I mean? That shit was mad
Yeah,
funny.
that's because it's a LARP. Like, so when you ask, like, how are you, for this, but then against this, is because they weren't for the thing in the first place. For them, it's like going to a safari. It's like, ooh, I'm partaking in the dangerous thing. Look at me. I'm in a war. It's war tourism. I'm in a war. Look at me. Look at my phone. Look at the footage I have. And then when shit hits the road, holy shit, I need to get out of here. Policeman, I'm a good guy. Policeman. And now you want to ask about Haiti, an actual fucking slave revolt where these niggas are fighting for their lives? No wonder they're against that type of shit, because the slaves fought against those very people. When you had motherfuckers marching off and sitting on the hills for battle to watch the gallant French army destroy the slaves, and then that just didn't happen, where did the slaves go next? Where did their fury turn in that revolution? To the niggas on the hill who thought they were just gonna fucking watch. That's why. Because they recognize if the whole liberation thing, the revolution like they talk about kicks off, it's like, y'all niggas ain't getting out of this scot-free.
Right.
Like,
That's true. DJ Blaze also said it. It's like things get reduced to events and movements and not just like an ongoing fucking line from history, like throughout history up until now. That is like the same fucking thing that everyone's been talking about this entire fucking time.
it's the banality of evil and how it evolves that really scares me. Evil
Yeah,
and like
John
the
was talking
fucking
about that.
supremacy shit that we talk about, it evolves at a rate that's faster than our apparently efforts to mobilize. Like, we have an evil white supremacist structure that we had, like, the largest protests ever, 2020, 2021,
Well, this is
all
why
the
we
black rights,
say.
and then like nothing happened.
I was gonna
The
say.
evil actually evolved to counteract what 50 years ago would have been like this world moving thing. 50 years ago, this would have been something. Now the banality of evil is like, look at the funny Negroes on the television, and now we're
Right.
gonna switch to primetime news because they learned how to counteract it.
Right. And this is what I'm saying. Like, this is why we said that fucking that goofy shit, like the debate shit is goofy, right? Because when you're doing that, that's actually like taking away time that you could be doing other shit, number one. But like, if you were going to be mobilized or consider yourself like a leftist or whatever, like you should be focused on mutual aid and community aid first and foremost. And like people aren't eating off. I mean, you're eating. These people are making some serious bags off of fucking ratioing and like debating and making clips and shit. But like nobody else, no, the masses aren't eating off that, fam. You know what I mean? And there's like the whole kerfuffle with different charities and shit, because charities have always and will continue to be sus, because when you have capitalism involved in your leftism, it just doesn't fucking work like that. That's why it has to be mutual aid, because that's like the number one slogan: solidarity, not charity. Like, I don't know.
So when it comes to the debate shit, because I see John, like, online debates just gave evil an opportunity to work on their new tactics. It's for me, like, I will not even question that, but it's a little bit just dumber. It's the part of evil and the banality of shit that just gets dumb, where it's like, nah, these are niggas who just want to feel smarter.
Yeah.
It's the part of white supremacy where you get your Bartholomew Day fartsits that are like, well, instead of enslaving the natives, why don't we enslave the Africans?
Right.
It's that shit. You sound smart as shit, but your solution is pretty much continue the same system.
But it's like, but at the same time, what happened when the cotton gin dropped? You know what I mean? Like, it didn't make slaves obsolete. It just made slaves have to work differently. And the same thing happened here, where it's like instead of a lawn jockey, you know what I'm saying, I'm just gonna make a fucking Habbo Hotel character with an afro. You know what I mean? I'm gonna have a black avatar because black people are funny to me.
No, like let's keep it on slavery, because it's like, yeah, like the niggas, cotton gin, they fought a fucking war, they still lost. They didn't just, okay, you guys, I guess slavery's done for. I guess we had our run. No, they said, well, what if the Negroes worked in prisons? What if we just started making up crimes, for example? You have to be able to read to not to get pulled over. It's some dumb shit. And then, like, you look at all of this shit, and it's like, yeah, no, the shit evolves. The shit doesn't just die. Like, we didn't kill Nazism when Hitler put a bullet in his skull. Like, it's something that fucking pervaded And now you have all of these nice little splinter groups that like to fly their symbols and shit because it's not dead. It's not fucking dead. What's up, Kate?
Damn, Fade Runner's not here. About to call Fade Runner.
Yeah, Kate, I've been working.
Fade Runner handles my light work. I mean,
The runner of fades.
anyway, so what are we talking about? Yeah, so the cotton gin, right? Yeah, like this shit. It doesn't like it's wild the amount of just because of how the capitalist system is set up, where they're like, all right, we need this permanent underclass of people, and that's already niggas. But we also have all these poor ass white people, and those motherfuckers, they just like the niggas got together with the indigenous people and they started fucking making punji pits and making us fall in pits of spikes with shit on the sticks and shit. They got these white people out here throwing dynamite and shit. So we got to figure out how to get them separated because this shit is off the chain. And fucking, you know what I mean? It's just a situation where like black people, the concept of blackness is itself. No one wants to say it because of how ugly it is. But blackness is the bottom rung on the fucking capitalism ladder in America, period. It just is what it is. They invented that, whether you're a chicken or egg person with racism and slavery, whatever it happened during the transatlantic slave trade where they had niggas on boats for months to years at a time, and if you survived that, they made you get out and fucking plow a field from sun up to sundown and fucking sold your children in front of you, right? And like raped your mom 3 feet away from you, that type of shit, right?
Now, I'm gonna do a thing, right? And I have to do this because people gonna clip it and they're not gonna understand it. So like, let me whiteify that for you. I'm just gonna whiteify that a little bit.
Damn, all right.
Yeah,
ahead,
all the
Sharky.
fucking this nigga, you know what? Don't you fucking dare, nigga. Don't you ever fucking call me such a slur like that. Call me a coon next time, damn it. Fuck you. Like,
What's the difference?
It's just like you said, like, yeah, America built its shit originally on the foundation where, like, yeah, niggas are the bottom, and now we're gonna pretend like, you know, the evolution of America.
That's gonna feel weird later.
We somewhere along the way fucking went back and redid the whole foundation. Like, no, I don't really think we did, buddy.
Yeah, this is what would happen. This is exactly what would happen. In this precise moment. This is the only thing that could have happened. You know what I mean? But anyway, it's wild trying to explain to people, like, sitting in a room where you on the stream can sometimes literally hear the gunshots in the background, to like some motherfucker who makes like $30,000 a year off of making cute videos online and like moving to a city where they specifically don't have to be around the people who are forced to be in that environment. That
I just want to say, I love your chat. Your chat has, I love your chat.
Gucci Superman. I'm the joke. Your name is literally Gucci Superman.
Bro, you want to hear a joke? Watch this. That's funny. You're banned.
Damn.
That's so funny. That was a joke. Wow. I'm fucking hilarious.
I'm a joke. That was the punchline. That was the punchline.
You guys are the joke. Damn, bro. Like, You could have just shut the fuck up, but you had to get hit in the face with a fucking hammer. So,
And it's wild because I've had some pretty provocative stream titles and conversations, especially over the last couple of weeks, but
that's the one you want to hop on, motherfucker? Like,
yeah,
really?
that hasn't really happened in a while.
Listen, it's Juneteenth. All the butthurt conservatives have to don their fucking piss-ridden bed sheets and like get online for the day, you know? Like their great granddaddies fucking lost and had to fucking start a club where they unironically wore fucking piss-ridden bed sheets on their head because they were still too cowardly to show their fucking faces while doing all of the horrible fucking inhuman shit that they were doing. But again, these are the great grandchildren of those people. And, you know, the South will rise again as it sinks lower and lower into fucking poverty because their fucking people in power won't do anything to even help themselves. And they're too stupid to realize that. We're the joke.
I was going to say, we say that rhetorically, but I don't think that's why the Klan wore hoods, honestly.
Oh, no, the Klan wears their fucking hood because it's like in reference to some fucking Spanish tradition shit. Like they got exact Ku Klux Klan hoods over there and for some fucking Catholic festivals. But really, let's be honest, like y'all niggas lost the war and you put some bed sheets over your head. Like you found that shit out later. And that's the theory I will run off as like the prime Civil War historian here. God bless you. I will flex my power to have that be known.
So,
here, like,
but the also, if you think about what the Klan actually did historically, like especially between
which Klan we talking about? The first Klan or the second Klan?
Second Klan after the Civil War.
No, that's the first Klan after the Civil War is like the bunch of motherfuckers who like they didn't have the pointy ass hood yet.
Okay,
them motherfuckers were goddamn losers. Like those are the motherfuckers where I say like, yeah, you got your fucking bed sheets on your head and you're fucking losers. Them is the motherfuckers that Ulysses S. Grant like actually did the presidential thing of saying like, yo, you're fucking terrorists. Stop fucking intimidating people.
Yeah, but at the same time, it's because when you think about what I'm about to say about the second Klan. Because this is more like, if you think between the first and the second Klan and just the climate in America, the amount of time between like 1865 and 1991, and we'll even be generous, let's say 1870 to 1991, right? The amount of fucking like, and this is what also makes the whole land back as white genocide fucking. These people are black nationalists, woke segregationists, etc., etc., etc. Conversation so silly is because they literally just killed us indiscriminately for fun, like as a pastime, like eating apple pie and like playing baseball in the backyard.
Okay.
You get what I'm saying?
I want to make a quick correction because I understand what you're saying. First Ku Klux Klan, 1865, 1872. Second Ku Klux Klan, heyday 1915 1945.
Right.
Third Ku Klux Klan 46 to the present. So like this
all
Klan we're
iterations.
talking about, yeah, like this particular brand, like this particular time period, we'd be referring to like the third iteration of the Ku Klux Klan, and it's like, yeah, motherfuckers were on some shit.
I was just referencing the purpose of not even necessarily of the hood, but of concealing your identity, because I feel like it's one of those things we also approach from a weird perspective too, because we have our backgrounds and our biases. But like, if you literally own the police, right? Why would you need to hide your face to do that kind of shit?
Oh, because they didn't own the police. When the Klan first started up, the first Ku Klux Klan, you got to remember, it's during the Civil War, so you're fighting niggas who are like pretty anti-slavery. You don't want to risk getting caught. And then after the Civil War, your entire state is under military dictatorship for a minute.
But no, this is what I'm saying. Like, part of the fucking race riots and shit, like, just because you were anti-slavery didn't mean you were anti-nigga. Ask them the American Colonization Society niggas about that. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I mean, yeah, true.
This is what I'm saying is like, they definitely, at the very least, maybe they didn't own the police, and I guess it would be kind of hyperbole to say they own the police in the modern day, but like, for example, the Baltimore chief of police, or a Baltimore police sergeant, like he was a straight whole ass sergeant, and it's one of Daryl Davis's infamous fucking converts, right? He was a grand wizard in the Ku Klux Klan, and he was also a police sergeant. So, and we know just from internal documents and historical precedent, like they're going out of their way to impose themselves. They're called the Invisible Empire. They're trying to get into classrooms and police and doctors'
That's one of
offices,
the
loan offices, all this shit. So like,
no, but like
why
that's
would
one
you
of the things that it's one of the things that goes into the banality of evil, right? Like, if we go back all the way in the day, right, it makes sense that after you're a bunch of fucking losers and you got niggas with gun who will shoot you if they find you killing niggas, that are like, okay, maybe we need to hide our faces for this. But then as time progresses and the Klan is just embedded into American society, and it's one of those free speech groups that you have to unfortunately let exist because America, it's like, yeah, you can, exactly like you said, you can have Baltimore fucking sheriffs and shit, leaders of like actual fucking law enforcement, just be members of the Klan, and they're not doing the traditional thing of going out in the fucking hood and shit. And if anything, it's for the cultural aspect of it.
My daddy was in the Klan, and
exactly. My great grandpappy was in the Klan, and my pappy.
But this is what you're talking about. Like, it's just that's how regular it is. It's just like, well, you know what I mean?
Yeah. It's fucking
country
banal.
club, like
it's some country. It's some country club shit. Like it's some shit that like these motherfuckers who are supposed to be on the left can't actually handle hearing. It's one of the things I heard, like, when talking about shows like Man in the High Castle and like fucking Handmaid's Tale, and like you've probably heard this too. I think every nigga who's like actually read a book or heard a story is like, yeah, all this horror shit, it's just shit that's been done to niggas at one point or
hell
another.
yeah.
Like it's just the fear that at some point it'll be turned on what is seen at the time as like decent society. So white folks, like, you get Handmaid's Tale where women are quite literally used as birthing units and like don't have any rights, and it's like, wow, welcome to being a black woman for most of American society.
That's my conspiracy theory about cannibal movies too, is that Europeans did that to indigenous people around the world, and they're scared that we're going to do that to them.
Yeah. I mean, that's where a lot of the fucking stereotypes of like the Blitlers and like the whole white supremacy and land back shit, it's like, it's the implicit fear that like if these things were to transpire, if black liberation were to transpire, it's going to take the same fucking identical route as how white people did it. It goes back to the original, which is like the Negro rule stereotype, where white people were afraid that if you freed slaves, they would rule the United States and rape all the women. It's like, no, y'all did that when y'all came here. Like, I don't know if it like, I don't know what it looked like if we flipped the script, but it's like, don't fucking, presuppose your fears on me because you know what you did. Like, I'm sorry, y'all were horrible people. I'm sorry, your great grandpappy were terrible.
Can I stop for a second?
Yeah, go ahead.
Decade, you said we Gucci thanks. Why do you talk like that when you talk to me? I'm just curious. What up, Fat? Anyway, what were we saying? I'm sorry.
Oh, I forgot, nigga.
This is the Pyro Tyrant. Shout out to the Pyro Tyrant. Introduce yourself. I mean, we've been talking for fucking 30 minutes at this point to an hour.
Oh, bro,
so.
I'm the fucking Pyro Tyrant. Like, if you don't know me, like, I'm like the resident based chatter and Twitter nigga that, like, yeah, when I do make my appearances, I spit hot fucking wisdom because apparently some motherfuckers just don't know the scope. And like, I'm here to just enlighten. I'm here to chill, and I'm here to smoke on this Ashley Babbitt pack on the.
Damn, we smoking on Ashley Babbitt?
Bro, we smoking on that Robert E. Lee, we smoking on that fucking Jefferson Davis, that Ashley Babbitt, we smoking on all the motherfuckers today.
Shit, like, I'm smoking on that shit that ended F-bombs for you's marriage.
Yeah, I know, I got that in here too somewhere, see?
Damn, you said he got the fucking Hunter Avalon's marriage pack in there? That's crazy.
I got the Hunter Avalon pack in here. I got the Vosh pedophilia pack in here. I got it all, nigga. We just smoking today.
God damn. Listen up, liberal. My wife left me.
Listen here, liberal.
Listen here, liberal. I have a breathalyzer in my car.
I want to say one thing.
I'm not going to kink shame. We don't kink shame in here. No kink shaming. We're not horny. Would never be horny in here. We were absolutely never horny. But we also don't kink shame.
I want to say one thing, and then we can go back to our schedule. Shay, it's a very serious Juneteenth topic.
All right.
If y'all motherfuckers come across any like black trans fucking women who got their GoFundMe's and they shit out, y'all
You need
donate.
to send them money.
Like, yeah, like we talking about this whole trans genocide shit. It's been like everywhere, and it's like, yeah, shit's happening, and it's like, y'all need to fucking start putting
Open that fucking wallet.
Help protect the niggas who need the most protecting, because no one's talking about the fact that black trans women are getting killed like every fucking 2 weeks and shit. Like, can't even name names because there's been so fucking many. And like, it kind of breaks my goddamn heart. So like, if y'all got the money to sit up here and watch it and donate to all your favorite streamers, including Endless, I think today would be the day to find a fucking trans woman to just give
Big
some
facts.
fucking cash.
It's
Give
hella
them some
wild
fucking
to
coin
me.
for the day.
It's just hella wild to me that black women are always, I mean 1000% of the time, especially black queer women and like black trans women, black MBs, etc., like they're always at the forefront of any type
Every
of like
fucking movement.
yeah, right. Well, we were just talking about how things like we reduce shit to movements, but like they've always been the people leading the fucking charge in like throughout history, right? Always the most educated people out of anyone. Yet they're the people that get the least fucking respect, and they're the least fucking protected in the entire fucking scheme of all this shit. It's just wild as fuck. I guess the two things are related because you gotta be smart to fucking survive, but like, goddamn.
It's wild as fuck to me that, because again, history, nigga, I study history. If you want to tell me 500 years ago that some people were being ignored, I could buy that. It's unfortunate. If you want to tell me in 2023, the Lord of our year and Savior, you know, bloody, bloody, blah, that like we would have actual leftist activists talking about issues in the trans genocide, but conveniently, they never really bring up black trans women that are just gunned down in the street or murdered because they're trans and they're fine. That's some shit to me, and it's a very noticeable pattern.
Nigga. The human trafficking.
Exactly. Yeah, the fucking human. Like, there's so many crimes that black trans women go through that no one fucking mentions, and again, I don't know how to fucking begin to
real shit.
Like,
it's because they legit like they'll watch that shit, right? They'll watch fucking like SVU, you know what I'm saying, or fucking all this shit all fucking day, or watch these like murder fucking TV shows and shit about poor little white women, like. And it's low key like reverse power fantasies for them, you know what I mean? But like that shit happens around them in their cities all the fucking time. They don't talk about it, they don't think about it.
Bro, the
like
thing about it is like shit like SVU, Law and Order. This shit's all based on real cases. Like,
I mean, the procedural is fake, but yeah, it's based on real cases. Yeah,
that's the thing that gets me. Like, you'll sit there and watch some like 2 hour long episode of SVU, and it's like, damn, this seems really compelling. And then find out that like, yeah, the procedural's fake, where they actually got the justice, but like, all the details are real.
Right. You got like 3 different characters looking at fucking blood samples and CODIS and fucking trying to, you know what I'm saying, have people wearing full PPE in the crime scene so they can lift a single pube off the fucking carpet. And in real life, they're not even fucking running the rape kits.
Like, no, in real life, fucking like Wyatt Whiteman just, you know, spilled his coffee and half a donut on the fucking crime scene, on the fucking gun, so like they have to wipe it down, and now they've lost like integral fucking fingerprints or some shit.
IRL, it's literally as easy as shoot someone in the head and throw the gun away and just hope they never find it. Like,
Why the fuck do you think they find so many guns in rivers when they do
yeah,
these
fuck yeah.
fucking like magnet videos? Like, oh,
Oh
we're
my
pulling shit
God.
up in the river. It's like
Dog, this shit is you
knives,
should
guns, because you just throw that shit in the river and no one gives a fuck.
you should fucking it's mad funny. They're doing that in Baltimore now, and the Baltimore Police Department is like begging these people, like, please stop magnet fishing in the harbor. Like, please stop fucking magnet fishing in the harbor.
Keeping it
It's kind of
kitten.
fucking hilarious.
I remember those two black trans women because that was around the time the say her name shit was going on, and that whole drama was, and a part of it was because like, yeah, like we're using this to like signal boost these trans women who have gotten murdered, and there is no justice. Brianna Gay, you know, like she is dead, and that should not have happened. But Jesus Christ, they got her justice quickly for transphobic ass Britain. Black trans women get capped on a daily, and it's just unironically in normal everyday society, it's almost a fucking joke. It's
And
almost expected. It's almost like, well, yeah, they shouldn't have been like trying to trick some poor dude. Like that's how it's talked about in normal society. But like you don't even get that because these motherfuckers don't talk about it. We don't talk about how hard black trans women have it. And again, it's like it's a really fucking tough issue.
that's such a to say her name shit. That 2023 from start to finish has been such a wild story arc, and I'm gonna be petty just because y'all talking about Keffels in chat, but like it was wild when at the beginning of the year I'm like, yo, I know Hitler called him, or fucking Kanye called himself Hitler or whatever. White people, y'all don't participate in that because y'all are gonna be weird. You know what I'm saying? And I got cooked for that. Like, fucking Endless thinks we shouldn't be allowed to call him Yadolf Blitler. Like, what a fucking dummy. You know what they actually said, the R slur and shit. And then literally spent the next 6 whole fucking months demonstrating exactly why I said what the fuck I said. Right? To the point where you have Gay Fesh talking about Sweaty Keffels didn't know it was Black History Month because she just doesn't know any black people in real life. Duh. Why are you guys making such a big deal out of this? Like
the defense you really want.
Jumping the fence, like jumping the shark to where we've jumped over the Pookie and now we're coming back, we're making a comeback and dipping our toes right back into the racism waters, baby. You know what I'm saying? We got to review Sharky's video where we're referring to black women as niggeritas as based. You know what I mean? Oh, hey, wait a minute. Dak Katie, you're back. How come you didn't answer my question earlier?
I chat.
What I ask? You said, what'd you say? You said, we Gucci. Thanks. Why do you talk like that when you talk to me? Is that how they talk in Ukraine? Or Albania or whatever? No. You misunderstood my question. When I sit in your streams and when I've listened to you speak, you don't regularly use that type of slang or use that type of language, as in we Gucci thanks. Like, I know that's not the accent that you have. So I'm just asking you, why do you use that affectation when you type to me? Because that's not common. I'm just going to let you know. It's not really a thing people typically do. You have a lot of black viewers and they usually try to teach you slang and shit. Oh, word. You don't really notice it? Oh. I feel you, dog. Anyway.
Interesting.
Oh, where the fuck is Fade Runner? Anyway, the Gandalf, you hitting the Gandalf? Hell yeah.
We gotta hit the Gandalf, bro.
I
Like we
fuck with it.
asking some ponderous questions, some
I
inquiries of the third realm.
I used to have a glass Gandalf, but I got it fucking yeah, when I got locked up actually, that was when I lost my Gandalf forever. It was confiscated in the raid of my apartment because it was in the prohibition times.
Prohibition. I got this during prohibition too. Like
Word.
I got a lot of pipes that could just be like passed off as tobacco shit for that simple fact that like if I take it in public, like
True.
a layer of tobacco on the top, it'll get you that nice blunt high. And then like if motherfuckers come by, it's like, yeah, nigga, it's tobacco. Eat a fucking dick. Suck my ass.
Get some quality tobacco to cheech on there. Yeah, I think about that often because I was on a trip to New York last year, and my homegirl that I went up to meet Paradigm, she goes up there a lot. She was talking about like it being legal and shit up there because she has a medical card here too. And she was like, "Yeah, you can just smoke joints on the street." And my nigga, when I tell you,
Wait,
like the PTSD I had, like the way that my heart and my soul leapt from my fucking body when I was like walking on the street and would see a cop like while I was just chiefing on the joint, you know what I mean? That shit was crazy. And I was thinking about like the main habit I have now, like of how I consume is like I have rolling papers just because if you get caught with a bowl, like a resi ass bowl, that's paraphernalia. But if you fucking throw the bud or eat the bud and you just have papers, well, that could be anything. You know what I mean? You don't have any.
yeah.
So it's just like weird little idiosyncrasies like that that I wonder. That's the type of like fucking like epigenetic trauma, like slavery type shit, like low key. Like I wonder like if kids in the future, because in the future you'll be able to just straight up have like a pipe on the street and shit, but like if kids will prefer to smoke joints just because of that. Like my dad always rolled joints with me, and because he smoked joints with his granddad or whatever, and like
I think
not
when
even
we
think
look
about
at
that.
things, we got to look at like how far they legalize it, right? Now that it's legal in like our states and it's becoming legal down there where you are, like now it's just like the carriage amount, right? Like I carry like ounce, 2 ounces on me sometimes, so it's like finding ways around that is going to become the new thing instead of just like how you smoke it. As you smoke it, like now is the time I think a lot more black people will be introduced to shit like bowls and shit because you're right
Right.
in prohibition times, like I'm one of the few niggas I know, like actual niggas that are like, yo, I'll show up with the bowl, I'll show up with the
Yeah.
pipe or some shit, and
I
it's
used
like,
to
yo, why
think
you
white
use?
people were crazy as hell for that. I won't even hold you. Like I would go to because I lived
That's the
out.
reaction I got, and
Yeah.
it's like I understand it. Like you get caught with like some fucking Gandalf ass pipe that's filled with like half a gram of weed, you're done for, nigga. Like I can't just
Right.
swallow this.
Like that's why high key, like I said, I had the fly in the milk experience, but I wasn't a fool. Like I, especially in my like partying days and like wheeling and dealing days and shit when I was like a teenager and shit, I would be the first person over the fence if the cops came. Like motherfuckers would throw parties while their parents were out of town and shit, and the cops would come because the neighbors would call the cops. My ass would be over an 8-foot fence in 6 seconds or less. Dead ass. Y'all seen my legs? Like we were
Bro,
out of
no,
there.
like
I
fuck
was
that
one of
shit. I'm
two
not.
people. I was one of two black people, and me and that nigga are close. Not close, but like we'll say what's up with each other and dap on the street to this day because we had the same like group of party friends. And every fucking time the cops came, it would be us two that were the first people over the fucking fence, and then whatever little drunk white boys or whatever would just see us running and decide they need to run too. You know what I mean? The reverse black people effect. Do you have Diablo 4? I don't think I asked you that.
I do not. I
Oh,
do
okay.
not. Like, I'm in the midst of like actually paying off some money out, so
I
like I'm
feel
gonna be
that.
broke for a couple weeks.
Yeah, somebody else bought this cop. Shout out to the string puller. Yeah, I got Diablo. I was playing Diablo yesterday.
I don't stream enough or like have a regular time for streaming where it's like, you know, I can like play the games and talk to people. So like I just hop in with y'all.
I'll say this, one of the most G white people things I've seen happen in a minute was my friend John from way back at the time. I used to do dumbass shit with him when I was like we've been friends. We were both straight edge at the same time. He broke edge before me. So we would like smoke weed together and shit. And we rolled up a blunt one time. We were trying to roll up in this Walmart park. This was mad funny. We were trying to roll up in this Walmart parking lot in his truck because he had this like beat ass like 96 Chevy Blazer. And we were on like the complete opposite end of the parking lot as this Walmart, but it wasn't an odd spot to be because this was like a shopping center. So there was like, if you could imagine us on the end of the parking lot and the Walmart on the opposite end, but on the sides was like a GameStop and a fucking you know, Panda Express, all that type of shit, Beauty Market Supply, all that shit.
One of those outlets and plazas.
Right. So we were in a wild spot to park because it was as far away from the Walmart as possible, kind of conspicuous because it was the only like truck sitting there right under the street light. But like there was actual spaces there to park because it wouldn't be an uncommon spot to park. But like this man had just finished rolling up. This is how long ago in my life this was. I had no clue how to actually roll a blunt yet. So he was always rolling the blunt. I used to always talk shit to him because he was a dickhead, yo. Because he was the only one that could roll a blunt, he would like fucking like dome. I don't mean like dome the blunt, like smoke it to himself. I mean like he would like throat goat this fucking blunt while he was rolling it and shit. Like it was the silliest shit in the world. But he finishes rolling up and the police, this cop car with the lights on, just starts tearing ass towards us up the parking lot, like through the lane. Right?
Hell no.
He eats this whole fucking, not a cigarillo. This is when we used to smoke blunts at a Reggie. I'm talking dirt, popcorn, booty hole. We were smoking that grease back in the day, my nigga. A whole fucking white owl of just fucking Baltimore City dirt that he fucking just ate. Just like scarfed it, right? And like 30 feet away from us, the cop turns his lights off and turns and goes into Chick-fil-A.
Bruh, hell no.
This nigga was mad as fuck, yo. He was mad as fuck.
Bro, that's some jaw shit, bro.
He was like yo, like, I'm going to 7-Eleven. I just ate that fucking blunt. I need an Arizona tea or something, yo. I just ate that fucking blunt. He was mad as shit.
Ooh. Yeah, no, I've always smoked insiders and shit. Like, I've never wanted to deal with that shit. Cause like you already, like, I've had instances where like there'd be a smoke session outside. And then like I'd hear the cops come out and the niggas would be like, oh shit, put that shit away. And like I'm already starting to panic. I'm already like, cause one of the things that I wanted to hop in and like we'll circle back to after I make this comment, like I was just ready to like throw niggas under the bus. I was just plotting. And the reason I said like one of your comments, like, cause you said like what drives niggas to be like, what's his name? Steven from Django Unchained and them type of niggas. Yeah. Like, I already know it's the weird type of, cause like it's the weird type of survival thing. And like, especially if you look in like the Tarantino movies, cause like you brought up Django, like look at the other Samuel L. Jackson character, that nigga from The Hateful Eight. Like, did you see that one?
I saw him, but I didn't.
One of his things that I really liked is that, like, in they different positions, they kind of held the same attitude of like using the white man to get to the top of where they at. Like this nigga in The Hateful Eight, he was in the Union, he was blessed to be free and in the cavalry. So like he had a fake, and like spoilers for like a damn near 10-year-old movie, like go fuck yourselves. Like this nigga had a fake ass Lincoln letter and used that as like a shield against all white people. And he says as much, like this is a fucking like a desist for white people. And it had its effect. You saw this Lincoln letter and you didn't treat me as just a random nigga. You treated me as a nigga with like the white man's blessing. But then you look at like fucking Django Unchained is like, that nigga Steven ain't have any chance to escape Candyland in like 72 years. Evil as it may be, and it's
Right.
one of those like hard things that like niggas really actually have to think about if they want to understand. It's like, what do you do in that situation? The Civil War ain't break out until like 1860, 1861. It's like, what do you do in the fucking 80 years you're stuck as a slave up until that point? Like, how do you manage to secure your safety and then maybe think about others? It's like, niggas are people, niggas are human,
Right.
and you get selfish ass niggas like Steven who are like, yeah, fuck the rest of these motherfuckers. I'm gonna look out for me. And at like the time the story takes place, he's damn near running Candyland. He invites, fucking Calvin Candy into his study and is like, listen, you little punk ass bitch, they are lying to you and you're just dumb and playing into it. And it's like, you wouldn't expect that, but damn, like he's doing it in a way where like, yeah, he's saving the fucking plantation in his mind. And it's like, it's some weird fucking psychological shit like that like a lot of people don't
Some
understand.
Stockholm
that, like,
syndrome type shit.
yeah, and it's shit that like you look at it like that. It's like, what happens when those people survive, and you get those people after the Civil War who are like, the plantation is the best thing that ever happened to me. Clip it and ship it. But it's like, they say shit like that, and then they raise children.
Nah,
There's
goofball ass shit that think that like slavery was good for black people because
no, exactly. Like you get those
because they brought us
motherfuckers.
here. You know what I mean, it sucked.
Yeah.
It was wrong, but like we're here now, and us being here now is the best thing that ever happened to us because it's America, and America is the best. You know what I mean? So
America's the best, and like we have to thank the white people for civilizing us, and hallelujah. And it's some weird shit like that, and then like we wonder why like we get shit like black conservatives. Like, yeah, like they're descendants of some of these niggas, and it's like the original niggas. Maybe I won't punch you in your kneecaps in the afterlife.
Kanye was
like,
probably low key on that shit. Fucking, I know Soldier Boy had to apologize for saying that goofy ass shit one time because he was like, Soldier Boy was like, hold on, I'm about to pull this quote up because it was fucking wild. Even before I was on the time that I'm on now, I'm like, this fucking cool. This is the most it's beyond description. I'm not even going to try to describe it because I'll sound like Sharky if I try. I'm actually going to read it in the Shark 300 Affectations. Just so you understand how wild this shit is. Hold up. There we go. Oh, wait, hold up. Shout out to the slave masters. Without them, we'd still be in Africa. We wouldn't be here to get this ice and tattoos.
Bruh.
God, when was this? 14, yeah. 2009, I remember this shit. I've read this shit. Oh, nah. I was going to say I've read this 5 times. That doesn't surprise me because it's funny. I go back to it a lot. But yeah.
Imagine for a second, like, knowing that shit's not even that long ago and being like, shout out to my white, slave owners for which we wouldn't be in Africa without you. It's like, you getting haunted, nigga. Like, you just getting haunted after that. Whatever happened to Soulja Boy after that shit, too? Like,
he fell the fuck off. He fucking put Kiss Me Through the Phone out and shit, and that was a wrap.
Bro, the ancestor said, wow, you said it like that, huh? We gonna give you their talent.
On that massive ass stage, too. That shit's crazy. Yo, put the Soulja... Fam, have I ever told you about when I played Among Us with Soulja Boy?
No, you played Among Us with Soulja Boy?
I played Among Us with Soulja Boy. This is why I'm even still on Twitch, honestly. So, in my early days, before I was even aware of the whole Twitch poll thing, like pre-2020, basically, I was on the content grind, like doing the same thing I'm doing now, more or less, but just like trying to be Hassan. Like, yo, if I endear myself to the audience and I'm just like seen next to other cool people, then I'll eventually grow my shit that way. This was before I even put effort into like graphic design and shit too. Before I like understood what makes content valuable and shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But so like they fucking so I used to go on like I've played Among Us with Jay Muse. Like I used to just like go in to people like early pandemic and like the year before the pandemic, like when celebrities who game, like I would sit in T-Pain's chat and shit and like try to chat, like basically just hanging out, like doing what I did when I was a kid on message boards, like basically just like I'm just gonna be a guy here, and then people would be like, oh, this guy streams and this cool person, blah, blah, blah. It was part of a strat that I had to play with cool people that I fucked with that I thought was funny or cool or whatever. And I feel like a lot of people try to employ this strat and do it in a goofy way.
Enough about the strat. Get to the game. God damn.
My fault.
You was baiting so fucking hard. I love it.
But yeah, it's not long ago. It's only a couple years ago. But yeah, Soldier Boy was he was like, yo, hop in my Discord or whatever, and my mods are picking people at random based on like who's been waiting the longest or whatever. And we'll get you in a couple games Among Us. I'm gonna play for however many hours, and they were like rotate people in to play with them. So I'm like, fuck yeah, this will be a hilarious meme. Even if I don't big up off of it, I'll just be able to show people this game. And I think the VOD is still up, but like when I first entered the Discord, right? Like I almost got clapped myself. I had to mute my mic because I was laughing so fucking hard. I turned my camera off. I come into the lobby and like immediately somebody is like, hey yo, fuck Soldier Game. That shit fucking sucks and I want my money back. Mods clapped him ASAP. Mods immediately clapped him. That shit was fucking hilarious, dog. I sat there and geeked for like 15 minutes. I was like, my girlfriend at the time, she was wondering why I was laughing so fucking hard, and like, I just like couldn't even explain it to her because it's just like such a rabbit hole,
Bruh.
But yeah, Daniel Caesar, goofy ass, talking about why are we so mean to white people, talking about how we as in black people can't win the game by choosing to not accept the winning team strategy. What strategy, my dude? Colonialism.
My dude is just like, why can't you accept the winning strategies of like violence and colonialism? And it's like, damn,
The pro strat.
you gave yourself the answer.
Dog, Fred Hampton literally warned us verbatim about these type niggas. Said we're gonna have black imperialists, black colonialists, black capitalists. Dog.
My thing is, the funny thing is like you get niggas who like every time you get a motherfucker just advocating for basic black people leftism, it's like, no, we can't have that for some various fucking reason or whatever. But it's like, god damn, if they don't recognize the fact that we already called that, like, yes, even in your wildest dreams, that there are the possibility of black imperialists, but they'll never call out them motherfuckers. They'll never they'll never even think about that. Like, yes, we even did account for the occasional blittler, if you want to stretch it that fucking far.
Right.
Like, we accounted for this, bro. It's not happening.
It's always been a thing. This is not new. You're just finding out about it now.
Pretty fucking, and it's the same thing as always. Bro, I saw a clip on Twitter where like these motherfuckers had like the periodic table of AAV, and it was like, yes, you know, it was like get your act together. Yeah, and so like if you see someone and they're like, you just say and it's like,
I'm about to hold up. I'm about to put this. This shit's hilarious, yo. Because this shit actually made me. Because I was actually in Soldier Boy, watching Soldier Boy play Among Us when this happened. I just gotta put this shit on real quick because this shit's mad. Hold up.
Oh, I thought you was about to play that clip, bro.
Do this shit all professional.
Who y'all think the killer is? I'm gonna start following some people around. Oh shit. Oh shit!
What?
Whoa! Hey!
I believe Soldier. I believe Soldier. Exclusively blamed on the dead people.
It's a dub.
I saw Soldier slice
Bro,
the
you
man
just
in
killed that
half,
man and
man.
report the body and right in front of me. That's cap.
Why didn't you
cap.
report it?
You cap.
You were too busy
You
cleaning
cap.
your knife.
You cap.
Okay, Slicker, what do you think about
Yeah,
this? What
no,
do you think about this, Slicker?
You cap.
wait.
You just slit
Wait,
that
hold on.
man's shit
Why-
right in front of
oh,
me
shit.
and report the
That
body.
was never
I saw
cap.
that shit.
No.
I saw that
I'm
shit.
wondering, I don't know what
I
you
ain't
doing.
No cap.
So
I
listen,
saw
so
Soldier.
but listen.
I don't
Wait,
know.
whoa. So you seen me. You
This is
seen me
a
kill
different
somebody.
one. This is a different one. Hold up.
Bruh, you really about to try and find the Soldier Boy clip?
Anyway, I'm not about to. It was funny as shit. It's on my channel. I'm gonna look on my channel and find it. I clipped it. I don't know if anybody else clipped it. I was hoping somebody else clipped it. That shit's mad funny though. Slicker, yeah.
Yeah. All I'm saying is there needs to be the movement where we just feed like fake AAVE to people and then watch the consequences. I saw one video where it's like, yeah, no, you say when you approach a group of young black men, you put your hands on your pants and you pull them up and you say, "What's good?" while raising your chin. And that's how you show that you're happy. And it's like, yo, that's true. That's how we approach each other. Like, yo, what's good, nigga?
Or you
Like,
say we Gucci, and that's how you express that you're good. You're not interested in what the other person is trying to present.
Like that's how I approach people in the street. I just like, yo, what's good, nigga? What's good? What you want to do? And it's like, yo, maybe they want to go on a picnic. Maybe they want to go like fishing or something.
Oh man, that's cap, bro. That's cap. That shit was mad funny. But nah, this dude that he was playing with fucking bet on, like, put on his mama. He was like, nah, on my mom, bro. That wasn't me. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. Because this shit was fun. My man put that shit on his mama. That shit was crazy. I'll never get over that, ever in my life. Damn, I got the fucking the riverboat jack clips on deck, yo.
Bruh.
Oh man.
What's good, nigga?
What's good, nigga?
Well, I'm doing quite well.
God damn. I'm gonna. Okay, here we go. This shit is mad slow to load.
You about to play your game?
Nah, I'm trying to find this clip, and like you have to scroll down on Twitch.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
all the
I'm scrolling
clips,
shit.
because it has to load all these goofball ass fucking thumbnails. And that's that. Oh my god, and it's not gonna be on my channel because it's not a clip on my channel. It's gonna be on Soldier Boy's channel. I can't
nigga, you
look for
fucked.
yeah, I'm not rest in peace. If I find it, I'll play it some other time. I'm not looking for that shit right now.
You trying to look for a celebrity clip and your ass thought you was about to succeed.
Right.
Like
Fuck out of here with that. Maybe if it's in clips I think you can look at the clips that you've actually people's content.
it's a pizza, Nemo.
Pizza. Why are you peeling the cheese off of it while you eat it? Why are you eating it like that?
Because it's cold as shit, and I'm not about to go and reheat this shit. And the last thing I want to do is eat fucking cold ass hard cheese on a pizza when the real thing I like is like the amount of sauce.
Fair. Huh? I'm not about to watch a YouTube video to find out how to find the clips I made out of people's channel. It's just not happening. I'm just getting into Diablo. We're gonna play Diablo now. I want to play some fucking. Twitch Tracker has a clip section where you can find clips between certain dates. Nah, because I don't remember what date it was either, like exactly.
Well, since you about to play this game, I'm gonna let you do that. But
Yeah, Lucid Kitty, we're still on for Thursday.
I'm gonna leave
Why
with
did
this
I-
question on like, who
God
the fuck
damn.
eats pizza with a fork?
That's weird, but I'm just thinking about how I fucking triple booked on Thursday. Holy shit. I booked 2 appointments. Yeah, I'm gonna be busy Thursday.
You fucking?
No, we're
You
not
fucking
horny.
on Thursday?
Nah, we're not horny. We would never be horny. Talking about actual appointments.
Okay. Okay.
No horny.
All I know is that Endless got cheeks of steel. They've been known
Chair
to crush
destroyers.
chairs. Yeah, I was just gonna say they've been known to like crush chairs.
Fade calls them the chair destroyers. AKA the dummy thick awooga cheeks.
The dummy thick awooga ship horn cheeks.
Damn.
This
Why
is
does
an anti-horny zone.
Arun always has the flex that he has Biryani? Turn my camera.
Let me do that too.
I'm trying to play some Deeb. I won't
Show
watch
your
her play some
Dibla.
Deeb. This is when I would be getting off of work if I had stayed for all the time that they expected me to stay there. But it's Juneteenth, and they got me fucked all the way up. They think I'm gonna be in there working for free Juneteenth.
Bro, my fucking job, like I worked all weekend, and then like Monday is just conspicuously Juneteenth, and we don't open on Monday, so it's like I can't even say that. It's
feel
just
it.
that like we don't even work, but it's like if you think I'm not taking Wednesday off, nigga, you're crazy.
Can you be anti-horny without kink shaming? We are here. We are here at the Endless Cemetery.
Yes.
We can do 8 for sure to make it easier. Nah, it's cool. It's also just because I should have plenty of time because
I'm head out. I'll see you later.
are you out?
Yeah, I gotta get some shit done. It's already 7.
Bet. All right, I'll see you. Appreciate you coming
Peace.
through.
No problem, man. No problem, man. I enjoy talking and shit. Like, give money to trans women and stop messing with black people forever, and that'll be your Juneteenth,
Leave black
subscription.
people alone.
Yeah,
So
like
sad.
just do those things, and you'll be a decent ally. God bless America, USA. I don't know. Leave black people alone.
Send this nigga to the penis explosion chamber to have his penis exploded immediately. All right, I'm playing Diablo, and I'm gonna probably play with my white friends from where I grew up. You guys want me to play Diablo with my white friends? They're cool. They're cool white folk. They're cool white people. They're like Fade. They're from similar area. Well, no, they're both from my neighborhood. Now that I think about it, they both are from the same neighborhood. But they're cool though. Fade's like from low key from the hood. Fade's actually from Baltimore City. Brit Barbie, yo, is your favorite rapper Brit Barbie? I'm on Discord. I'm in my server right now, just in VC, just cooking, just chilling, about to play some Diablo. I think Brit Barbie is my favorite rapper. I think Brit Barbie actually might be like the hardest rapper in the game, like the best, best, great or dead or alive, like the GOAT, saying greatest rapper dead or alive. To the point where like there'll probably never be another Brit Barbie, and I'm like honored that I'm alive to witness the ascent and the dynasty. I'm just like prostrate at the fact that I get to live in Brit Barbie's world. Just like greatest rapper of all time. Riley Reid is up there. Riley Reid, very close second. I mean, very, very close second. All right. The one clip of her rapping the N-word a bunch is so wild. Yeah. Satire's fucking dead's been killed by reality. Well, like, so good satire is indistinguishable from reality. That was the beauty of like people like Stephen Colbert and shit back in the day. But like satire like has to have a point. So sometimes it can not be good. All right, I'm booting up the deep. When your satire is just, I'm gonna say the N-word, most of us really know what type of time you're on. Facts. If your joke is, I'm not supposed to say the N-word, so I'm gonna say it, then like, how are you, like, that's actually why people say the N-word. Like, why, what makes you different? I'm in the number 2 world tier. Hold on, can I change my world tier yet? Nah, I can't. I cannot. Start again. I did see Spider-Verse. Has that, before we talk about it though, has everyone seen it? Because I don't want to spoil it. It's still kind of fresh. If you haven't seen Enter the Spider-Verse, speak now or forever hold your peace. No spoilers, okay. I had the fucking meanest wedgie on planet Earth. So yeah, no spoilers, but you learn the neatest thing about Hobie about Spider-Punk. If everything is a joke, nothing is. Yes. Syndrome, but a right-wing grifter. The thing you learn is not a spoiler, it's about the comics. Okay, yeah. I will say that hopefully come through the stream on Thursday. I'm gonna do with Lucid Kitty. We're gonna talk about the movie. I have thoughts because I saw a lot of myself in the character Hobie, not even just physically, because Endless Cemetery lore, I actually like called myself Spider-Man. Like I've like pretended to be, not like pretended to be Spider-Man. Like I had a Juggalo friend named Batman when I was in 9th grade, and I still fuck with Batman. I still call him Batman. He's cool as fuck. Fade, he went to the same school as Fade and we used to hang out at the mall together and shit. And I just thought it was tight. Just like, motherfuckers know this dude is Batman. Guess what? I'm Spider-Man now. I fuck with Spider-Man. So like, I became Spider-Man, and just because like when like we would try to talk to girls and shit or whatever, and be like, yo, this is Batman, this is Spider-Man, like one of the nicknames for like my crew of friends would like we were the Justice League. I mean, even though Batman and Spider-Man are in two completely different universes, like motherfuckers used to just call it, I called us the Justice League sometimes. I don't know. I know I could recall one or two other times someone else referred to us as the Justice League, probably jokingly, but people probably just called us fucking weird or like fucking dumbasses. But yeah, I had like a Spider-Man tie. Like I legit like, cause I went to Catholic school, so I had to have like a shirt and tie and slacks. I had the straight up. Let me see if I can find this tie I have. I used to wear this fucking tie every day. I found it. No bullshit. I probably wore this tie like 4 out of the 5 days out of the week. See with the little spider symbols on it and shit. I fucking begged my dad for this tie when I was like 14. And I just, you know, with the Spider-Man cartoon and shit, I always just heavily identified with the character of Spider-Man because it's like just him. I mean, he wasn't really an Avenger, he wasn't really an X-Man, he wasn't really with the Fantastic Four. Everybody kind of converged on him and his like just like ground level stories though. I mean, he was never trying to fight Thanos or anything like that. I mean, with the Avengers, yeah, but like Spider-Man was a very street level hero and I fucked with that. I wore the jacket well, thank you. I wish I still had that jacket. I unfortunately lost that necktie and I lost my I guess my punk vest, we'll call it, in the house fire that my family, well, the apartment building that my mom and I were living in 2017 burned down and I lost pretty much all my clothes. So that was a wild fucking moment. The 90s animated series was good. He was also a poor dude trying to survive while doing the right thing, and he would just get the absolute shit beaten out of him, and he would still come back because he was just smarter, and he was your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. MCU Spider-Man is fucking trash, child soldier of a billionaire. Yeah, they did not handle that relationship very well, in my opinion. I would say Spider-Man has roots with the people. It's just that, so the current I would say the depictions throughout the contemporary cinematic presence of Spider-Man have all been positive, and if you take them all together, as I feel like most people should, then it's very clear that Spider-Man, maybe not necessarily Peter Parker, especially if he's younger and, you know, still in school and doing his thing, but like Spider-Man stops and talks to people on the street and shit like that, you know what I mean? Like Spider-Man is very much reflected in his comic origin in that respect, where everyone in New York knows who Spider-Man is. Peter Parker might not be a large fixture in Peter Parker's immediate community, like his block or whatever, because he's still just a kid, but like New York City fucks with Spider-Man. Nepo baby with all the money in the world, at the very least, set the ball rolling to solve all of Gotham's societal problems, but instead he just speeds through residentials at 200 miles per hour and beats up petty criminals. But you see, you feel sorry for him because his parents got blickied 40 years ago. Fuck out of here. I mean, that's like not really that much different from how Iron Man is depicted in Marvel. Like, he was literally a fucking arms dealer. Like, the motherfucker was like Super Raytheon. And like Northrop Grumman rolled into one. That's who Tony Stark is. That was his legacy, and that's what he inherited from his fucking family. And like, he gets clapped in his fucking chest with little pieces of shit, and we're like, oh damn, he's a hero now. Yeah, okay. I have always thought Iron Man was goofy. At least with Iron Man in the comics, they don't really try that hard to make it seem like he's a good guy. I mean, the comics, yeah, he's a fucking alcoholic. My man, honestly, and someone said that it was crazy that, that Tony Stark married Emma Frost. Like, if you don't know, in the comics right now, like as in right now, the issue's like still coming out, Tony Stark just married Emma Frost. And if you know anything about either one of those characters, it makes a perfect fucking sense. Like, if those people, to the point where like, if those people existed in real fucking life, it'd be like, oh yeah. You know what I mean? Like, that shit's mad funny. This man, Tony Stark, was a raging alcoholic. Tony Stark and Emma Frost seem perfect together. Oh yeah, they definitely got the upside down pineapple on their door. And if you know, you know. If you don't ask, because you don't want to know. White people are fucking weird.
My boy, I think he's possessed.
Worry not. Ah, good. You look capable. I could use an extra set of hands exorcising the demon that has seized
I'm
this
down.
man's
Yeah, are
soul.
you in my server? I can drag you in. Fight you.
Not while I'm in town.
The man helped build a superhero prison in another dimension and profited off of it. Yeah, Tony Stark is like, oh, and I mean, supported the fucking just base level Marvel knowledge. Fucking supported the Superhuman Registration Act. Like, Tony Stark has. That's why Axis was like. Tony Stark was the least surprising evil character because he was just like low-key doing shit he probably already would have been doing.
Keep it. I'm not after your money, just your ear.
Yeah, so Axis made Tony Stark
can
normal.
feel it.
Yeah.
A great calamity is about to unfold in the northern reaches. The door is in danger.
You might have to agree to the rules or some shit
do
because
not
I don't see you.
understand.
If you join one of the rooms,
was
like the
sealed
other
for a
VCs, I can
reason.
drag you into my
And
VC.
now the pig-headed beasts are trying to force it open. Heed my warning and stop them. It must remain sealed.
I feel like they had invested so much money in Robert Downey Jr. because he had endeared himself to audiences so much, despite his character, both on and off the screen, that like, that's some testament of the white man type shit, because god damn, dude. I'm so glad he's dead, because Tony Stark, like Robert Downey Jr., Tony Stark was such a fucking annoying character. Nah, which room did you join? Yeah, or just reboot the whole joint and like do actual comic runs, like make everything into TV shows and separate universes, or a cohesive TV show universe where you do actual comic runs, or just like heavily influenced shit like the Netflix Marvel joints. Oh shit, I'm stupid. I fucking... Why was I not in here already? But nah, I don't see you in here. Try to join chatter room or waiting. If you join waiting, I'll just drag you in. Yeah, the Punisher was dope. It's weird to me how they tried to do it, because that was one thing that was weird to me about the Punisher, is they tried to do it independently of the MCU, and it was like, bam, Tony Stark was literally like, you could at least have like Stark Tech in the background. The motherfucker was in the military, and Tony Stark was literally like fucking like Raytheon and Halliburton and Northrop Grumman rolled all into one. Like, it kind of doesn't make sense to not at least have him in there. Let me shoot to this one. Bad. New Daredevil is coming. We knew that was coming. There we go. All right, now you're in.
There we are. All right. What's up? What's up?
How you feel?
I'm coming out. Coming in all right?
Yeah. Let me turn you up just to... Actually, I'm gonna turn the music in the game down because I'm not fucking this goofy ass music anyway.
But I got thoughts on I got thoughts on MCU, all the Iron Man. How I was just in a debate with my dad yesterday about Captain America, like Steve Rogers, and how I believe Sam is a better captain than Steve, like Captain America than Steve.
Oh yeah, I could see that.
We got mad into it.
In comics or in MCU? Because I haven't seen
MCU.
I haven't seen Falcon and Winter Soldier yet.
Okay, true, yeah.
I wanted to, but I just was too exhausted to sit and watch at the time that it came out, and like people were seeing it. It's on my list, but I just didn't catch it when it was out.
Yeah, no, it's actually one of the, especially the first MCU shows that when they were coming out, is actually ones I really like. Right, it's actually, and it's one of the ones that I actually like felt, where it's like, ooh, I might. I'm getting a little misty here. Okay.
I feel
right. Like they did, like they definitely, at least in my opinion, felt like they kind of took the energy, like the effort to kind of like show like the importance of Black people had within Captain America, and that's like without even giving like spoilers away, like depending on how much you know about like the mythos of Captain America with Isaiah Bradley.
Yeah, Isaiah Bradley. Yeah.
Right. So they they have that moment, or like, well, not really have that moment, but they address it, which I was like, oh damn, all right, well they're going for it. Right. They're not gonna shy away from the fact that yeah, Captain America was a science experiment that harkened back to many other experiments done in America.
Right. I think they kind of lightly touched on that with Luke Cage with Bushmaster. But
funny, I didn't see that. I didn't see the second season of it.
Oh damn. Yeah. It was
right.
The only reason I'm gonna say I didn't like it is because of how it ended and the fact that we're not gonna get another season of it. So that's just how it is now. You know what I mean? It kind of fucking sucks.
Right. I mean, there's always hope, right? Like, is he of the Netflix people, he wasn't hated. Honestly, the only one that seemed to be really hated was Danny.
Yeah,
everyone was
that show
like, fuck
sucked.
Iron Fist.
That was such a missed opportunity because like it's supposed to be, and you already have Luke Cage and Wu-Tang and shit. You could have included so many homages to Kung Fu and like Chinese wire work and shit, but like we got an iPod. And like,
you know what? And here's why I'll tell you why. It was such a hit and miss because Feige wasn't in charge of it. And I know that's and I have to be careful because I can come off as like a Feige, like, oh, he's so amazing, because I love Marvel, right? So and as someone that's like that loved Marvel before the MCU, so I was watching those original Fantastic Four movies. Every time a new Marvel movie came out, hoping it was good, it was probably bad, right? Spider-Man was a rare hit. It was like, oh wow, Spider-Man came through, right? X-Men movies were kind of like a hit and miss. So when we got like the MCU that was like consistent quality, it was never like some were great, some were okay, you know, but nothing was ever really, at least in my opinion as a Marvel fanboy, ever bad.
yeah,
Like there was never like anything Marvel that I was like, I cannot watch this.
right.
Right?
Like Iron Fist was weak, but I don't think it was unwatchable.
Yeah, but here's the thing. God, I forgot his fuck Ike Perlmutter or some shit like that. That motherfucker. Because Marvel Division was kind of split up between two people, Feige and Ike and like Eichmann or some shit like that. This guy who was like a chair of Marvel, or yeah, it was a chair of Marvel.
Speak to me outside.
And he honestly I would say he was big reason why the beginnings of, especially because he was in charge of the TV Marvel division, and that's why kind of TV Marvel was so shoddy, because this guy he wasn't Feige, he wasn't a fan, he didn't love this stuff, he was a business dude, right? He was a producer. Hell more, he was a chairman, right? Yeah. So you know, one thing I remember is that kind of made me kind of a Feige, you know, like I guess like a better word to stand, right? Or at least such a supporter, is just the fact that when it came, like this guy, Ike, you know, Eichmann or whatever his name is, Ike Perlmutter, someone in the comment might have his name.
Perlmutter.
Something like that. Yeah, right? But he, if it was up to him, there would have been no Black Panther. Perlmutter. There would have been no Black Panther. There would have been no Captain Marvel, because under his rule, he was like, there'll be no blacks and no women-led films.
What the fuck?
I cannot do that here.
Right? Like none of the solo films. Like at most, we would have gotten them like maybe in an Avengers movie, or as like you know, they'd always be like coming on part of somebody, right? Yeah, you know, as someone Fett Style says, right? He was the old white man shit of like black led movies don't make money and shit like that, right? And it was all like, okay, well then do that biggest movie they ever had, right? Until Endgame. So but he led the TV division, and that's why it was such a mess, because he was just, like I said, he was doing that businessman white old man money shit, right? Not really understanding it. That's why we'll get shit like Iron Fist, and everything that's good was really about the people that were working on it, that put the effort in, as opposed to like the regular movie division, where it was top down, like, hey, from the top, Feige's really like, I really care about this, and we're going to put the people in place to make this somewhat good. Because one thing I'll say about, and that kind of gets me as like a comic fan, that annoys me with some of the critiques, is I've never once picked up an Ant-Man comic or a Thor comic, ever.
Yeah,
never.
I did
once.
after the movies came out, but
sure, but I don't care about those characters. Like they don't. I don't care.
Thor
But the movies, they're fine. They're fine movies, but the movies strike me as much as the comic, like he would in the comics. So, but I'm not gonna be like, Thor 4 was terrible as the word. I was like, it didn't move me. Like my co-producer Queso loves Ragnarok, right? She really enjoyed, you know, the last Thor, but she loves the Thor movies, right? She loves the concept of Thor. She likes the idea of Thor, right?
Ragnarok was okay. I liked Blood and Thunder better though, honestly.
Yeah, but to me, Ragnarok was like, all right, cool, right? I do not care so much, but that is kind of how it is with comics, and I feel like that was the problem when kind of comic culture, nerd culture became mainstream, right? Where it used to be that you can just be like, yeah, I'm into this character, I'm into this character, I'm not into Thor, and you don't really need to shit on Thor just because you're not into it, just because you don't enjoy his comics, you just don't read them,
right?
Right, your buddy reads Thor, right? He's obsessed with Thor because he's a tall white guy with blonde hair.
You read the crossovers, but that's about it.
Exactly, right. If it really plays into it, you read it. The civil, you know, when it comes to Civil War, you want to figure out, okay, why is he a robot?
Right.
Right.
Like
why did Tony make him a robot?
This might be
Right?
blasphemy, but like, and it kind of doesn't make sense considering the hoodie I had. But like, well, I guess it's these are two different characters. But like, I never really gave a fuck about Agent Venom. Like Flash Thompson Venom never appealed to me. I fucked with Eddie Brock Venom heavy because that's like the classic Venom from back in the day. But like,
Yeah, but that's like our Venom. We grew up with that comic, like the
Right.
cartoon Venom, right?
and
Eddie.
I read Carnage USA because for spoiler alert for like a fucking like 12-year-old comic run, but like Agent Venom is like the lead character in Carnage USA run.
Yeah.
And also when Kane Parker Scarlet Spider came out, I think that's what, like volume 5 Scarlet Spider, when that came out, when Kane Parker was in Houston, when they did the minimum Carnage shit, when it was like a crossover event between Kane Parker Scarlet Spider and Agent Venom. That was kind of cool. Like, it was cool because it's like, damn, this motherfucker's like, he's had some shit happen to him now, so he's low-key like the Punisher with a symbiote. He just has hella guns and blickies on deck, and he'll also fucking, you know what I mean? I don't know, it was a different vibe that I kind of appreciated because it gelled with the theme of the comic of like, Carnage is back and just straight up fucking melting people, and Kane Parker wants to just fucking lobotomize him with his stingers. Like, it was just a dark comic, and it fucking kind of fit with it.
Yeah.
It was kind of cool. Put him in a different light to me.
Yeah, no, and it makes you wonder, like, would we ever get something like that long term? Because that's always comes a problem with anytime we get like an interesting Spider-Man, right? It's just Spider-Man concept, right? It's never something that really sticks. To me, it never really sticks around, right? We always have to go back to the status quo of Peter, right? I think Superior Spider-Man was a good example of that, where you know, that was an amazing run as Spider-Man. And kind of dropped the ball with like, all right, let's just make everything back the way it was at the very end.
I copped 2 issues of the comic where Spider-Man or Peter Parker dies. Spoiler alert for another like 10-year-old comic run.
Right. Yeah. So it's you know, I've heard people also talk about how like they want Kane Parker to really like, not Kane Parker, no, not Kane. That right? My mind is
Scarlet Spider?
Yeah, Scarlet Spider. Yeah, I have Scarlet Spider like more reoccurring, like give him more lines, right?
Yeah. I think he's actually officially dead. I think Kane is dead right now anyway.
Yeah. See, and that's the thing. I haven't been as caught up with like the latest Spider-Man. Again, like mostly because I'm gonna be honest. It's become my. I don't want to say full on black militant thing because I feel like that would be. I don't want to sound like cruiserish.
I feel it.
Right, but I
feel that energy.
But it's so much of like if it ain't black, I can't. I don't really have the time for it.
That's I'm supporting that energy 1000%.
Right, it's really become like a lot of that. Like outside of like the stuff that I'm already like invested in. You know, if it's like, I
Hog Cranker is
and
this guy's name.
But I do want to ask you, because I was having this debate, and I want to see if like, and I want to see how anyone else's feels about this. Because I get what your feelings about like Tony, because I'm not like a Tony like fan, but like, oh, Tony did no wrong. Like,
Tony
I
Stark.
feel like yeah, because I feel like a good part, like that's what makes this like arc so good, is the fact that like you start off with him meeting. A good like juxtaposition. What would be a good meme is like that line of Steve saying, "You're not the kind of guy that would lay down on the wire," and he's like, "I just cut the wire." And then the very final thing he does is lay down on the wire.
That's true.
He has like this whole arc where he does start off as this selfish prick. That is, DuPont. He's like, well, and the thing that saves the world is not all his technology, all his money. Well, yeah, it helps him get there. Right, but what really saves it is that like I will trade my life for this,
I feel
for the people. So, which then leads me back to my argument where it's like I don't really fuck with Steve in the sense that to me he is he's what America is, while Sam is what America wants to represent. Like, for, I guess, slight spoilers for like Captain America or Falcon and Winter Soldier, is that, you know, he becomes, of course, you know, he becomes Captain America, and he kind of gives this speech at the end that a lot of people kind of like critique it, like, oh, that was weak, you didn't do nothing, and like people kind of critique it. But to me, it's one of those like, yeah, like, when have we ever like seen Steve like really on the ground trying to like, and it's hard to like really explain this without like spoiling it, spoiling the series, but Steve's way of like solving issues is, to me, was punching shit.
Yeah.
He was all like, I'm gonna punch things,
Right.
and then the Sokovia Accords came around, right? And I feel like, you know, with I'll always get mad about how they use Civil War, because I feel like they kind of squandered it.
They absolutely
squandered Civil
it.
War.
The stakes were nowhere near what
the registration, right? Because it was no longer about registration. It was about the fact that Steve didn't want his friend arrested.
Yep.
And he didn't trust the government to make the right call, and blah 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 blah. And I'm like, well, cool.
He sent me
But you know the Sokovia Accords aren't really about him. They're about the fact that you got a bunch of people in Africa blown up.
Right.
With your little mission with that little witch girl. Right. I'm talking, of course, Wanda. But you know, Todori's like, yo, you brought this unregulated witch like superpower to an African country and killed a bunch of people. Wakandans had to come out of hiding because you killed a bunch of Wakandans. Right? And he's all like, but I don't think the government should tell us where to go and what we should do. That's a little dangerous. I'm like, you're a little dangerous. Right? I feel like, and that's the thing I'll kind of respect Tony, is that like with all his power, with all his money, and how, like you said, he's DuPont and all these things, that he at least was all like, yo, we need to be checked.
Right.
Right? We could do anything we want. And we need... Huh?
I was saying what's up to the dude in my chat. Also, my friend just let me know that we became friends on BNet on 9/11 because he was just looking at his friends list. So that's why I said.
Nice. Superman's way of doing things, let me just punch, and if that doesn't work, I'll just punch something bigger. Basically. Well, I mean, I would say that maybe, like, because I'm not even a Superman.
But
but I feel like
that might not be
that's simplifying him a little much.
That sometimes yes, but there's literally a story arc. Like, that's literally why Superboy Prime is in like how he like entered Earth Prime or Earth 1 is because like he became Superman. No, like he became Superman. He fucking you know, defeated everything because there's no kryptonite on in his reality, whatever. And his reality fucking collapsed. Like, he's Superman, so he just lived forever, like through the big crunch and everything. And like, he was so depressed that he was finally just completely alone for eons and eons and eons that he literally punched reality and like tore a hole in the fabric of reality, in his reality, and entered Earth 1 that way. Like,
right, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, but DC is. I can hardly keep up with I don't really keep up with DC out, and I like the Flash. That's about it. But I did not see the movie because not putting myself through that.
I actually bought a few DC books back when I got back into comic books in 2012. I bought Green Lantern Corps, Red Lanterns. What else did I buy? I was into Forever Evil during that period of time as well. Damn, I can't really remember what else because I wasn't really super hooked on the DC stuff. I just got it because they were DC characters I kind of fucked with at the time. There was another book, I can't remember what it was called, but it was like this dude who was locked up in prison who used to have a Green Lantern ring, and like a shard of the ring is like some shrapnel from it is stuck in his eye or something. So like he doesn't have Green Lantern powers, but he like has stuff that basically allows him to survive in an alien prison, and that's pretty much it. He's just like a normal human aside from that. It's a wild book. If I can remember it, I have to pull it. I have to break out.
Yeah, I don't know nearly enough about DC.
Injustice was sick
what
too.
You're referencing. Oh yeah, that Injustice is probably, if there is anything about DC that I would know somewhat about, it would be like Injustice and Flashpoint.
Yeah,
right? Like those are the things that really. right, that really got me. But I found myself really being more drawn to it's Static, which thus is not even
Right.
DC, it's Milestone.
They
So
just caught that property, yeah. Because I was the same way
Yeah.
too. I fucked with I'm a Icon fan. I fucked with Icon heavy.
ooh, yeah.
Static, Icon, and of course Hardware is classic. But and Night
No,
Thrasher, like I have the you can see. Hold on, I'll blow it up. But like you can kind of see like right there on my screen. There's a like the bottom half of a Night Thrasher poster. My ex girlfriend got for me.
Nice. Yeah. No, I mean, if you saw my channel, you saw I interviewed a few of the original artists and creators. I'm still trying to get more and stuff. So
That's really
no,
cool.
I'm big on that, like, you know, black artists, black comics, and then it's wild how far back it goes. And it's something because I put in the comments about how Static was meant to be kind of fill the role that Spider-Man left
Right.
when he became an adult. Like when he started, because he wasn't a teenager for very long. He became an adult, and he was originally pitched to Marvel as like, you know, kind of the replacement Spider-Man, like teenage archetype. Because that's where so much of his kind of core comes from, which kind of even makes sense. I would say why Miles has so much electrical abilities, right?
Yeah.
Because he is Static is based off of Spider-Man, and thus, you know, there's kind of this kind of lineage of then, like, you know, what would Black Spider-Man be? And you're kind of like, oh, well, we kind of already have that. Let's just give him spider powers.
Right.
I cannot do that here.
But, you know, I don't know. I do wonder what, like, cause I, you know, cause sorry if I'm like butchering your name, Moliere.
I say Moliere. I don't know if
Moliere,
I'm butchering
right.
it either, but
But I also get their criticism about, like, you know, being neoliberal propaganda, which I
That is
can't argue
true.
with them. It's like, yeah, no, but I think I had this there was an argument I was having with my dad, because he is old school, like kind of like the long trains of comics, right? You know, that kind of stuff. Like, he's one of those guys, like, oh, hey, yeah, who's this guy from, you know, this time, and he'll be able to tell you, right? Like some obscure shit, like, oh yeah, I remember that comic. But, you know, we were talking kind of just about how, like, there is I remember reading Nemo's comment, but we were talking about how, like, superheroes in itself is just a weird concept, because he was bringing up how, like, you know, we were arguing about, like, superhero registration and how, like, Steve is wrong, and I was like, sure, but he's not really, and we didn't really get far. But my argument was like, Steve or Tony wasn't really trying, because in MCU the registration wasn't like mutant registration or a human registration. It was a superhero, like, hey, yo, if you guys are gonna operate as like this paramilitary team, we need checks and balances, right?
Right.
And they were like, and it was kind of confused, or kind of being mixed up with, like, well, you know, whenever we put people on a list, I was like, yeah, but you regular people don't just have superpowers, right? By then there weren't mutants. So, you know, this idea that, like, people can just unilaterally go right, like, we're seeing that the problem with the boys, like, people with powers shouldn't just be able to just
do whatever.
do what they want, like, right? Like, I'm just gonna patrol the streets and punch who I need to punch because they're bad. Like, who are you?
Right.
What is
What is
who do
happening?
you get to
here?
decide that?
You just picked my car up and threw it at that fucking giant gorilla. I have to be at work in 2 hours.
Exactly. Right. I think what was a great concept, if it wasn't like meant to be like a sitcom, was that DC show where it was like that superhero insurance show or something, where it was like regular people that like are helping people dealing with superhero problems. And I think it was they meant to whack it, but it would have been a really cool concept dealing with the fact they said, like, yo, what am I supposed to do? Like, you just blew a hole through my house, right? Is anyone gonna help me out with this?
That's what damage control are in the MCU,
right,
as well. Yeah. Jessica Jones.
Yeah, right. Cool tidbit is damage control was
It's actually, I was just about to say, it was a milestone invention, right?
It was in honor of Dwayne McDuffie. I believe is the case that that it was created in honor of Dwayne McDuffie when he died. Because that's how influential he was kind of to the industry.
Yeah.
That someone was like, oh yeah, well, damage control, and I forgot exactly how it is directly tied with him, but it was basically like, yo, this is named after him. This was made, this is like a kind of a permanent stake of his place in the Marvel universe, because he did also write for Marvel.
And what horrid suffering I've witnessed.
So you'd be surprised how much Dwayne McDuffie has written comics across the industry. But Nemo said, this is a nice comment here. I'd want to ask you what you find likable about Flash as a character from someone who hasn't really read any comics. For me, I just love speedsters. I love the idea of here. He's just you want to see me run from here to here? You want to see me do it again? This is just hilarious to me as a kid. I was like, yeah, I love that idea that you can just move as fast as you want. I love Quicksilver. That scene in the X-Men movies. Finally, when he was I love those movies simply because of oh wow, this is what their abilities would really look like. This boy is fast, and he is always fast, and it sucks. I wish they illustrated that a little bit more for him. That is kind of a nightmare how fast he is, because he is Quicksilver. He is always so fast.
They kind of played Flash, that a little bit in Flash as well. There was I remember a story arc where he got, I forget what it was, but he couldn't stop using his speed. It was everything else was frozen around. So fast. I think this is
I'm not sure if it's the same one, but it's making me think, I believe, of an instance where he was dealing with Iris or something, and he was constantly where he just he didn't have patience, right? So where he's constantly going off doing stuff, and she's not really noticing that he's dipping away.
Yeah.
Because he doesn't have the patience.
Damn,
I know that. But I may be coming up with that. I know, maybe a more of someone who's deeply into the Flash can tell me I'm right or wrong. But I know that is a constant. I just like that concept of the speedster, is that they are almost in their own time stream. That they're almost disconnected from everyone because they are moving at such a speed.
I was always more interested in teleport for a similar reason.
Dude,
just because you can't contain, you can't. There's nothing you can really threaten a teleporter.
When I'll ask people yo, that's my kind of thing. Yo, if you could have any superpower, what it would be? People say super strength. And they'll ask all the. Of course, when I ask me, my answer is always teleportation, and I will be very specific about the teleportation, jumper style teleportation. Right? If you've never seen the movie Jumper or Jumper, it's the thing. All you have to do is have a clear picture where you want to go. Because up until then, my favorite character was Nightcrawler, because I love the idea of teleportation, but he had limitations to it, right? I didn't like his limitations.
At high speed due to Dark Force dimension.
Yeah, so he has to be careful about where he comes out. He has the limit of how far he can go. But the idea of Jumper when it came out, and just the idea that I'm think gone. To me, as someone that used to because my dad, I used to travel a lot internationally. I hate travel. I hate it so much. So just the idea that I could just be you know what? I'm just gonna go over there and just be there without the idea of oh, I gotta pack, or I gotta worry about airport. I just want to be somewhere. So much so that I just don't like to travel at all. for so much so. Right, so yeah, that's why I love that power. But there is no real character. I mean, there is that Inhuman character, the blind dude that was Inhuman that can teleport. But there is, and I'm not sure if he was in the Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. show. I don't know if he's actually an Inhuman comic character. But there hasn't really been a property lately, or at least especially in the MCU that has teleportation that has grabbed me Jumper has, right?
There was powers that I thought was pretty cool.
I saw clips of that show, but I never like really sat down and got to like watch all of it.
It had like one of my favorite like teleporter like moves
Jinx?
in
Not Jinx,
in the very first episode. He killed like
ours was that other one.
There's a dude that so there's like a multiple man type of character that can like create copies of himself.
Yeah.
And they get this other like they sell this drug called Sway that is kind of like if you remember Kick from X-Men.
Yeah.
It's kind of like that. It's like this drug that enhances powers but makes them kind of out of control and also will just kill a regular person that takes it. And this teleporter and his like multiple man analog are dealers. And there's this like low level like spike kind of like power that is like I guess like addict or whatever, owes him money or whatever. So he kills him by fucking teleporting his head away from his body.
Yeah.
Yeah, that shit
No,
was
yeah, I
fucking
remember
awesome.
that. I remember that clip. No, I remember that clip. No, but that's a sick way of using that power. But we were hardly. But it's I can see why we don't get powers like that often in like things like the MCU because that's a dark way of using it.
Yeah.
Right.
I
Or
think
like that
AOA,
time where he.
I was gonna say not in the MCU, but I'm
yeah.
pretty sure AOA Nightcrawler's definitely done that to people.
Oh, absolutely. I wouldn't be surprised. But when you talk about powers, that teleportation guy, like, or that move where he took all the oxygen out of that room.
Oh yeah, Johnny Royale. Yeah, that was fucking tight too.
Yeah, where I was like, okay, I love interesting ways that like those powers are used like that. But yeah, Fett Style says like they nerfed the Flash tongue with
the
his
secret
intelligence
underground
in the
shits.
comics.
Yeah.
In the comics, he talks about how he can think as fast as he can move and go over so many plans in a second. Yeah, no. Yeah, he can think about like in something like some crazy like pedosecond, some crazy science term of a second, where he's like, yeah, no, I'm thinking miles ahead of you, and I'll say like that's why, but that's why I like him out of the DC characters, but I wouldn't say he's my favorite character. He is just the only character in the DC, universe that really grabs me. That was like, oh yeah, this is cool, but again, it's because I like speedsters. If there's a sick ass teleporter in the DC universe that has some sweet stories, let me know. Put it in the put it in the chat. I'll check it out. Right. If you want to talk about dumbing down intelligence, it's the one thing I'm afraid of when I know they're eventually gonna do it, because people ask for it. I know like they're supposed to be it's in production, but I've always been worried about it. Is the static mode, right?
Every time I hear about it, I'm simultaneously excited and like worried. Like I heard Michael B. Jordan wanted to do it, and I was kind of interested, but at the same time, I was just like, I don't know. It's a weird vibe for sure.
The problem I have with it, honestly, the problem I have mostly at all with static being readapted like into live action is because if for anyone that's ever read the original, like it. If there's anyone in the production room that's supposed to be worried about political wokeness, you can't have static, because everything was association, because that is what it is. Kind of being black is just dealing with the bullshit of the world, and all of our issues are now politicized issues, right?
That was a funny ass tweet I read too that I wanted to retweet, but I lost it before I could. Where it was like the three, like Spider Bite and Miles Morales and
oh yeah, their spider sense is always going off.
Yeah, so your spider sense is just going off at all times. Like, yeah, you get used to it. And Gwen like has no clue what they're talking about.
Yeah,
shit's funny.
I want to watch it again to see if there's any like. I mean, it's cool headcanon, but I want to see if there is any like validity to that. Because one thing I as much as I love Spider-Verse, and we have to remember and look back that whenever I see like the creators, the league, like the two white dudes, right, so they can be down all they want, but there's still something
they're not gonna understand.
I will always, right, like. They have to be so down to really be like, yo, it's almost like Kevin Feige-ish, right? And I'll say that, and I only say that in the sense of like, I feel like he kind of let Ryan Coogler like, yo, do your thing,
right?
Which is why Black Panther feels so incredibly different. He was like, yo, hire who you need to hire, bring on who you need to bring on, do what you gotta do, right? Here's a general booklet of what we kind of stick by to, but outside of that, have at it, right? And I think that's why Black Panther 2 did so well compared to whenever DC has, tries to, like, has a hit, like Wonder Woman, and the Wonder Woman 84 is just trash. Because they're like, oh, let the woman do what she does. She made a decent Wonder Woman movie, right? A bunch of white, or I'm assuming white, but even then, for sure, men producers coming in being like, ooh, well, this will make it more interesting. This is more money, and then it's just everyone hates it.
Right, it's trash.
Right. And they don't want to be like she's hard to work with or something, but it's like, well, the first one was good. Why wasn't the second one?
Because the first one was actually like low key the first good DC like joint.
Exactly. I mean, I don't know what you mean by obvious reasons, Nino, but shape-shifting is a pretty cool ability too.
Yeah, Mystique is definitely one of my favorites.
Again, emphasis on I don't want to get into, what those obvious reasons are.
Right. Damn, this shit's on fire.
All right, no, that's fair, Nemo. That's fair. I can definitely get that motivation.
Oh, I thought you meant the.
Greetings. No.
Oh,
No,
why you would prefer a shapeshifter? Oh, I was confused. I thought we were talking about something. Oh yeah, I mean yeah. I feel like that's low key why a lot of shapeshifter characters just shooting from the hip, just like spitfiring. Why?
They're representative of like the trans community.
Not really that they're representative, but like they're easier to identify with, but they also get a weird position.
Okay, fair, yeah.
Like they get like because of that, not necessarily because of that in the real world, but because of how people think of like how they would view someone who was able to fluidly move between sexes and ostensibly genders. Like they get put in really weird positions. Like, yeah.
I definitely think it comes from our very much sex focused, but like puritanical sex focused views as a society.
Right, and obviously like heteronormativity.
Exactly, right? But like this is just the idea that like I kind of had this conversation with someone kind of when it came about like sex and relationships, right? And kind of how I want to at least say in like Western society how we have positioned sex at like the top all, but in a very puritanical sense, right? Yeah. Where it's like, what is your connection to this person? Do you have sex? Yes or no? No. Okay, then you're friends. Yes. Okay, then you're a thing, right? Which is why things like polyamory and other stuff really become like a problem, or become like fuck with that, or and then homosexuality and stuff like that. Really fuck with that. And shit. Right, all that gender, right, gender fluidity, because then it becomes like, okay, well, how do you label? Okay, well then sex, then it's like no, it's like two people, if you, as opposed to like, okay, well, at least how I will look at it when it comes to people I meet and dealing with relationships, I'm like, oh, friends? Are you friends? Yes. All right. Then you can move on and say, it's like, are you friends? No. Then you're nobody. You know what I mean? But it's not, everything isn't coming through the funnel of sex, right? Sex first. Thus, how do we, categorize this relationship with these people? Thus, how do we categorize that person's relationship with others?
Facts.
If that makes sense. If
Oh no, it makes perfect sense. I think I'm gonna get Sock up in here because hold up. Shout out to Sock, the homie, the A1 Day One. One of my cool way friends. Hold on, let's see.
Oh, speaking of that, actually, I put a pin on that. I actually want to get into that.
Yeah, we could do like a whole thing about that too.
Yeah, but I just want to point out, like, I disagree with your first point about hating the second Black Panther movie because milking Chadwick. I don't know. I'm gonna disagree with that, but I'm not gonna be like you're wrong, right? I mean that's a fair opinion to have. But the second one, I will kind of agree with the fact that I want to say it was a throwaway, but I will say that they weren't expecting it to be the hit it was. I made that joke when and of course not anywhere because I wasn't on Twitter and stuff, but I made a joke with my friends when Infinity War, when Chadwick disappeared, where it was just like that was like a pile of money disappearing. And Marvel not realize like no, because they didn't realize that like Black Panther was gonna be this sleeper hit. Right, I figured they probably thought it was gonna be like, oh, this probably gonna do all right. It's gonna have like its audience, like all the rest. But I'm sure they didn't like. I don't think Feige would have done it really thinking that like, oh, it's gonna be a throwaway. No one's gonna want it. That was my argument for him is that he fought for it because he knew that there was a strong audience that wanted this character, right, or would have identified with this character. So they were aware that it would have been popular to somebody. I just don't think they realized how popular it would have been that like non-comic fans would have came just to come see the movie. I feel like that's what they didn't account for, and which is why they were fine with kind of making him, turn into dust and not doing more with him in Endgame. Which I feel like they absolutely would have had done more with him in Infinity War and such if they had predicted he would have been such a big hit. But by that point, it was done. Yeah. They couldn't do much about it. But yeah, so that's just my point about that. But that goes back to the whole Eichmann, which is why eventually they kicked that guy off. I think he either left or they kicked him off, whatever payout, I don't care. But he's gone now, and that was one of the reasons why they gave Kevin Feige head of Marvel, because he said, if I don't get to make Black Panther and Captain Marvel, I will walk. And by that point, he had already done enough where they're like, we can't use this guy. We can't do that. That would be something Sony would do and then ruin everything, right? But Disney was like, no, he's making too much money. We're following the money.
Always, that's always the case,
right? And it's one of those things, I hate to say it because it annoys me because it's this weird sickler thing where it's like, I hate Disney. Of course I'm gonna have the hate for Disney, and I don't like the monopolization and the kind of eating up of all properties. But I do but it is one of that side effects where yay, you have X-Men, but now you own all the Fox. I don't know how I feel about that, right? But God, I fucking want the X-Men. I've been waiting over a text. I've been
waiting 20 years for a good X-Men. I'm not even gonna.
I'm not even I love the X-Men so much that I don't even say the original X-Men suck. I love the X-Men so much that I'm like, yo, I just like the fact that I see power. Give me all the powers.
Exactly.
Give me all the different ways. I'll be happy. I don't even care about the story at this. Those are one of the properties where I don't give a fuck about the story. Just give me my movies.
X2, I fucked with. I didn't like First Class. I don't know why I didn't like the vibe of First Class, but I did not fuck with it.
That's fair.
I fucking love Days of Future Past. Days of Future Past is probably actually my favorite one out of all of them.
I think I'm with you. I don't think I've ever found myself going back to First Class, but I have always going back to see the Days of Future Past and seeing that. But X-Men were on that multiverse trip before everyone else, right? Yeah. They've been on that.
Right. With the future and the past and the Age of Apocalypse,
all the different properties, right? Deadpool, right? Being it'd be weird. You think there's any Marvel, any X-Men around here? Close the door. No, but what I was saying,
Magneto was right.
Yeah. You know, yes. Okay. I want before we go into all the big conversation about what we're talking about privately. I hope to God, because I haven't really had like a huge platform to really talk about the song. But you know how like the rumors are that Charles might be black.
Charles Xavier.
Yeah.
In the upcoming X-Men.
Yeah, they might make him. God, what's his name? The Spanish dude, the Afro guy. The black guy from Breaking Bad, right? The big bat, like the.
You talking about Gus?
Gus.
Giancarlo Esposito.
Yes, Giancarlo. Right. He's there's rumors that he's supposed to be Xavier. And at first, I was all like, I don't know, but I've been hearing it from certain sources that I was all like, that's not too. And then at first I was like, I don't know, but then when I sat and thought about it for a bit, I was like, I kind of like that. Because when at first I didn't like the concept of making Magneto and Xavier black, even though. Right, they were technically based off Martin Luther King and Malcolm X. I would say with a white Jewish man's kind of elementary school understanding of what those guys represented.
Yeah.
But
it actually, I mean, yeah, I was gonna say Grant Morrison, because he's fucking like lib-ass white dude at best. Yeah, that's how he made him. But like, I feel like in terms of the depth of Magneto's character, it would kind of.
I want to say he stays Jewish.
I feel like, well, in the comics he's Genoshan, and there was a separate, like, it was supposed to be like, essentially like an analog to the mutant. It was like its own like massacre of mutants in this fictional country that was supposed to be an analog to the Holocaust. That they. Actually, because of the first X-Men movie, they just
committed. Now that I'm saying, I'm just now sitting down, I'm seeing the thing about it. Dude, that was the Mortal Kombat effect. It's almost like hitting me with the Mortal Kombat effect. Kano is now Australian,
right?
Because of the first movie, but he was never Australian in the.
He was originally supposed to be Chinese, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, because he was the leader of the Black Dragon. He was supposed to be the leader of like some triad, but the movie made him Australian, so they're like, all right, fuck it, we're going with it.
Right.
But no, you're absolutely right. Is that because of the first movie? Yeah, we all just kind of ran with the fact that he is Jewish. He's not even just coded Jewish. He is straight up Jewish.
Right.
So you know what? Which I don't have a problem with. I don't really have a problem with because of what it represented, and it was kind of done well.
I think it was the full realization of his character. Like, I feel like you couldn't. Yeah. That's what makes me kind of leery to do Magneto black, because it's like.
But that's kind of my point. Whereas like when someone first told me that, I was like, no, and then I thought about it, and I was like, but what if Xavier was just black?
Yeah.
Right? Because here's an interesting thing. The Holocaust, it wasn't that, I'm not trying to get in it, but like that kind of like all that stuff, like, wasn't that long ago, where, Magneto could theoretically still be alive if he was if he went through it as a young child, right? Depending on the timeline, if they do like an older, like, oh, we're doing a flashback, right? Where there's the X like first class, whereas like, it makes sense that, he would be alive around the time of Xavier and such. But especially the fact is that, but he would be very old, so there might be some way like, oh, he's not near his age. Maybe there's his mutant ability is like kept him younger, longer. But the Civil Rights Movement was the '60s, so to make Charles a black man would be very interesting. Not just a black man, but a well-off black man, that could read minds, right? Where it's like, if done properly, like that, like that, like the conversation that can be had about that, about their fight for their rights, as mutants, but really just straight on the nose about the fact that once, X-Men are led by a black man who is still, and I instill in the fact that he doesn't have to be a good guy. He can still be how I was just about to say, where you're like, right. Kind of very under him, where you're like, oh, like you do realize you have a child army, right? right? Magneto being Jewish, where he's like, no, I straight up went through the Holocaust, right? Right, and this this is what they're gonna do. So he's very militant, he's very like heavy, while willing to kill as he is, right? But to the point where he becomes kind of what he hates, which is as he does in comics, Homo superior, mutant supremacy, which is kind of like, are you gonna enslave humans now? Like what are you doing, right? While Xavier comes from even like a kind of a neoliberal black point of view, where he is old money, right? So that while he may be have lineage to like slavery, he is still old money, right? Which matches with current, which is why he has the property and such like that. And it's either he's old money or he has used his telekinesis to enrich himself to millions, right? So that they can have their operation. But still, this point that
no, not that MLK was neoliberal, but just how MLK's Grant Morrison's interpretation of MLK versus Malcolm X that is imprinted on it's kind of complicated. You have to be a kind of a like X-Men fan to understand it, but essentially
MLK was not more, but but go actually no, go on, explain. Sorry.
I was gonna say Grant Morrison did a run. It was I mean, Stan Lee is Marvel, but no, Grant Morrison wrote the what we iconically think of as like Magneto is Malcolm X and Charles Xavier is MLK, but not really, because the way that Charles Xavier operates is just really milquetoast neoliberal, and Malcolm X, or that Malcolm X analog that Magneto was supposed to be, is like he was saying, mutant supremacy, like the white leftist understanding of positions like mine or like anything that we talked about today. Like that all came from Grant Morrison. And that was like his like fucking like bird brain, like lib brain explanation for how he portrayed that. It might have, I don't know if it was yours, it might have been a video you made, Lucy Kitty. It was someone I watched that talked about that recently. It might have been a TikTok or something too.
Maybe
Grant for his DC work. Yeah, it might not be. Hold on, let me see. It might.
But you're absolutely right, and that's what I mean by like their kind of elementary school understanding of what these men represented, right? Like, I dream of the white and black water fountain and blah blah, and but it would be very interesting that they can still kind of be their flawed selves, right? Mutant supremacy, Magneto, while Neolib kind of making a child army, Xavier as a black man, but also having Scott Summers black, because if you remember, Scott and Xavier would butt heads, because as Scott got older, he started to question like, yo, you're fucked up.
Right.
You're fucked up what you put us through. And no, like we're not gonna be your army anymore. Right? So like to the point where they would go back and forth, and to the point where eventually Scott kicked Xavier out of his property, kicked him off the X-Men, kicked him out because he lost his powers in the House of M. After House of M, after No More Mutants. And he's like, you're not a mutant anymore. You have no place here. Right? Because he's like, I'm not, no. Right? He had no place, he had no patience for him anymore at that point. And I feel like that will be if they handle it. And now granted, there's a lot of like, ooh, fingers crossed, hopefully. I mean, that's how, if I had the ear of somebody doing it and writing the shit, this is what I would be telling them how to handle it. Is that, Scott is really that, he is, he's you, right? He's you. He's like, he's looking at this guy that's leading. He's like, yo, I don't like the way you're doing this, and what you're doing. You're kind of you're just really just part of the problem, and we need to really be more focused about mutant protection, right? And that, as I said, black protection, black, safe space and such, and I think that would be, really interesting way how to handle changing the race. Now, as someone was saying, you know, there's, you know, talking in the comics, yeah, would these white people and, you know, comic purists get angry? Yeah, but I don't care.
Word. I mean, that's a factor. I mean, not really. It's a thing, I guess, but like, I don't know. I'm just like, I guess I'm an old school like consumer of these properties because like I'm not super keen on like for me it feels like a cash grab type stuff. Like I would so much rather see either completely separate new universes with these interpretations of these characters in different situations, or like just write new characters and stuff. Like it has a way of feeling like not sincere or just like J.K. Rowling like Dumbledore was black or Dumbledore was gay the whole time type beat. Like it's like surprise, Iceman was gay the whole time. Like I don't know, that shit's weird.
But that is often because these are in my interpretation, that is because a lot of these are written by people who aren't these people, right?
That's true.
As opposed, you know what I mean, where it's like, you know, Steve, you know, Nick Fury used to be white.
That is
he
true.
was white, you know, but in the Ultimate Universe he's black, and we just accept that. I'm taking it. Samuel, fuck you.
The same thing's happening with Spider-Man right now. There's definitely a torch passing from Peter Parker to Miles Morales.
Right. He is Spider-Man. He's not Black Spider-Man. He's Spider-Man. Right. So and this is the second time he's getting torch passed. The torch was passed to him in the Ultimate Universe. He took over as Spider-Man in the Ultimate Universe comics, right? Until they merged them together into the main universe. So but yeah, no, the whole like, you know, retroactively making someone like gay or black or like, oh yeah, the interpretation was this. I get that, especially if it doesn't change how the story is told. And that's why with me it was like, it's not so much about just making him black just cause, but making him black that serves a story, right? That serves more about what X-Men is supposed to represent, which is the fight, you know, the fight for minority, you know, the fight from under minority oppression, right?
That's true.
And and you know, and I don't want to get into this because I don't want this to be a controversial talk, but you know, within the black community, we have talks about how like, you know, the contentiousness between the black community and the Jewish community can be at times.
Oh yeah, like
right?
James Baldwin. I've read about that kind of stuff on stream. It's a touchy subject, but it's not like
right.
Especially because the nature of people in the space is to immediately associate any type of pro-black shit with fucking like Farrakhan and Dr. Umar and that type of shit. So motherfuckers will misconstrue you as anti-Semitic ASAP.
No, not at all. Like, and you've heard my other stream. I've been on this like fuck fascist, fuck, you know what I mean?
Right.
My dick, right? I'll stomp you. You know what I mean?
Right.
But that kind of shit where, but just that, yeah. But I'm not even trying to get into that. But that is something where it's like, I wouldn't want white writers having that conversation, trying to have that conversation on screen about this is something that's so well known in the static comic, the original. There was a run dealing with a guy, right, that a black militant who was anti-Semitic, right, and he and there was and it brought up talks about unity and about the fact that like, yo, this guy is off his rocker, he is wrong. Right, we both suffer some shit. Yes, some Jewish people can be racist, right? But that doesn't mean like we just go all anti-Semitic and shit like that, right? Exactly. And like the way they handled it, and it was like over like an issue or two, was so well done. But it's the kind of thing that only really comes from a black voice, and a black understanding of like, yo,
dead end.
Otherwise, like I said, it's
like observations only black people can make from their own like perspective.
The hearing, being just growing up, being in the group, listening to the talks, right? Listening to the elders, speak, right? And hearing the things they say, you're like, oh, okay. And then as you get older, dealing with that kind of stuff, like, but that's not even. Like I said, I'm not even trying to make this about that. But I feel like under the right writers, under the right direction, if given that freedom to have that conversation, that would be a very interesting interpretation of the X-Men, the X-Men mythos. Is really, outside, because I get why they made them white. Like, it's a bunch of like, oh, this is supposed to represent minorities, and then it's just like the widest group of people you can find, and you're like, these guys are supposed to represent the downtrodden and oppressed, right? And but I also get like, well, yeah, if you made them a bunch of people of color, nobody back then would have picked it up.
Yeah. Basically.
Right.
They kind of sort of did the same thing with The Gifted, that show, which was actually pretty cool. It was supposed to be like a X-Force, not X-Force.
Trava doesn't tell us anything.
Might be X-Force, I don't know. It's basically like the X-Men team led by Havoc. Except instead of Havoc, they created a new character who is Latino, and he could, his powers are based around photons. So like he could suck up all the photons in the air in a closed space to make it super dark, or like focus light to shoot lasers out of his finger, or like turn himself into a flash bomb. It's kind of cool.
Man, I had that idea for a character. Damn.
Yeah, if you want to hop in, String Puller. Yeah, I hate to cut the conversation short, but I think I'm gonna talk to. I'm gonna try to bring Sock and bring String Puller in, because I think we're gonna try to. It's getting hard for me because they're trying to power level me and shit. It's getting hard for me to play and concentrate on the conversation at the same time.
Coming to us.
No worries. Yeah, but we still have that. We still have to have that conversation about that we were talking about privately about being black and because of our interests having to kind of grow up. Yeah, and it's interesting. And my thing is like I want to have an conversation about that, because I don't want to say my experience was applying because of like how I grew up, but it was almost like I was kind of pushed to it. But because of my interest, I would be pushed to fly in the milk. But I was like, these guys.
Oh, I was.
They're annoying. They're racist.
I was all the way with where the neighborhood I lived in. Yeah, I was gonna be surrounded by white people.
That's like I was surrounded by them, but I went to school in the inner city, so it was weird that it just kind of caused me to be this weird outcast, where I was like, I don't want to be with these racist people, right? These racist white people, but yeah, no, I like Japanese hard rock.
Right.
What do you want me to do?
By the time I went to high school to have that experience, I was already used to how racist white people were, because I was around them all the time. So I went through that, but I was like some Carlton shit. So.
No, yeah, it makes me, because I feel like there is, and I wanted to have this conversation with you, because it feels like there is not a whole lot of sympathy for those that are like that aren't also, that kind of grow out of it. Like, I get like the hate for the people that are like that, who are them like, man, I got called an Oreo. Black people are racist too, right?
They're colorist because they said I wasn't black enough.
Exactly. And the problem is, like, I get your frustration. I was there. I dealt with that. Oh, yeah. Right? But it also I didn't turn hateful, right? And it's why, like, and we'll probably dive into a little bit more on Thursday, but I want to have this conversation about it, because to me, that's how it felt when it came to Spider Punk.
I was just about to say that it kind of influences my emotions on,
Right. Is because when it came to, everyone's having this like, Gwen is the ops, Gwen and Peter are evil and they're ops, and I was like, I feel like, and it might be my headcanon, it might not be intentional, but I feel like what it's doing is that it's illustrating kind of what happens to black kids who don't really fit in, right? Who have like white interest, which is being spider powers. Spider powers is such a white thing, right? So how is his parents going to understand? How is his police dad going to understand? Right, so he doesn't talk to him, right? What happens, and he's in a new school, so he ends up bonding with the one girl who starts talking to him. Happens to be this little white girl, right? And she puts interest in him, so now he's, spider power is white. I mean, if you remember how when Miles Morales was introduced in the comics, you'd fucking think so, right? By the vitriol from the nerds, you think having spider powers is a white thing,
right?
Because they were, that's kind of my point, where it's all like, he doesn't feel like he has anyone to talk to about this, so he ends up connecting with this white girl and this terrible white mentor, right? Who is self-admitted is like, I was a terrible mentor, right? But this is all he has, right? So he feels super connected to these people. This is all he got, right? Almost to the point, of course, yeah, he might have a little crush on the girl, right? And then he gets introduced to Spider Society, right? He gets like, oh man, these guys are cool. In the elevator, guy takes off his mask and he's like, and you can immediately see the switch in his face. You were like, this is my new leader. You are my new mentor now. I want to be you. I want to be, how are you so cool? I want to be everything you are, right? Like, you immediately saw it on his face, right? Like, hell, that was the face I had when he pulled off the mask. Like, I was like, I want, you know what I mean? Like, that's me. I want that, right? Like, so cool. Like, you know, and then I love this scene. Like, I see a gif, like, when he meets Spider Bite, he has to be pulled away from her by Gwen. Like, Gwen has to, like, web him and pull him back to the group because he's like, yo, Miguel's gonna yell at us. Because otherwise he would have sat there and he would have been like, hey. Right? He would absolutely try to riz on Spider Bite. Right? Because immediately he was like, oh, yo, there are black people into this. It's like, as our experience, right? Being in the Hard Rock, feeling like you're alone. And then you see that one girl at the show who's black, that one pretty black girl. You're like, you. Hello. I need to know who you are. Oh, sorry. Yeah, no. But, I mean, if you haven't seen it by now, like, the trailers are like, these are stuff that's almost like we're in the trailers. But yeah, no, sorry about that. But yeah, watch it by Thursday because we're going to be definitely going in on Thursday.
Yeah, for sure.
Spider-Man.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm not going to talk about it anymore. But still, but just the sheer fact is that, like,
her blood was,
I feel like, I hope they keep going with it and showing that, like this is kind of this example of finding your tribe. Right, where just by happenstance, you have to be like, yo, this is my white friend, but he's the cool one. He's cool. He's a cool white friend.
Right.
He's cool. He's down. He's cool. Like, I have to do that with my people. Whereas no. If someone said nigger, right, he'll be the one going to throw a punch first. Right.
Yeah.
So he's cool. He's cool. Right. Because otherwise it's like, well, it's either that or I don't really have that many friends. Simply, by proxy of where my parents decided to have me raised. Right. And as we had another conversation, we didn't really have the chance to. Well, I didn't have the chance to go to HBCU. You weren't educated on why it would have been beneficial to go to HBCU.
Yeah, it wasn't. I would love to do that shit now, but yeah, at the time, at that period of my life, it wasn't as.
No, Bellamy, I gave you got pure smoking blood and beer. Let's go, right? I am wondering how if they do or don't redeem.
Save that shit for Thursday. I'm trying to fucking.
Right. You're right. Yeah, sorry. Yeah. See, Bellamy. Bellamy. I think Bellamy just got in, so maybe they didn't know that we were trying to save this.
Yeah.
So we're not trying to talk about it. But
we're also trying to do no spoilies until Thursday because there's people in chat that haven't seen it.
Yeah, sorry guys, sorry. But that's just it to me. It just spurred that kind of that conversation of like what it is like to not have that, because I feel like FD talked about it in on a few of his videos about how he kind of recognizes his privilege that he got to grow up in a black space.
Right. Yeah.
Black space, right? Where there was so many different representations of blackness, as opposed to, at least in my situation, where I grew up, again, I'm not trying to dox myself, there are black neighborhoods, right? But likewise. I didn't grow up in like Atlanta. I didn't grow up, in a place where, where there's an Atlanta or like a Philadelphia or a Baltimore. Well, actually, I don't know.
I was going to say, yeah, Baltimore. No, Baltimore is very, very thoroughly segregated, like to this day. You'll find like my family in the neighborhood that I was in, we were the first black family in that neighborhood. And you still kind of sort of get that occasionally, like to this day. And depending on the tax bracket, you'll find more mixed areas. In terms of like demographics, not necessarily, but yeah, Baltimore is like the primary difference between the city and the county is like the obvious, but also the city itself is separated between the black butterfly, what's known as the black butterfly, and the white L. And there's like right now, as in like you can go on Twitter right now and see people fighting over the Red Line, which is literally just public transportation that will actually cross the city and county and like be cheap access to areas from those places, because people in the county are that horned up to be like, they don't want to say it with their chests because they don't want to be optically racist, but they'll talk shit about how like the criminals and riffraff and shit are gonna just come. It's
well, we can have those types of
very transparent. But yeah, Baltimore is extremely segregated. There's a book called Not in My Backyard, or excuse me, Not in My Neighborhood. I forget the author, escapes me at the moment, but it's actually like Baltimore is some of the, if I'm not mistaken, the first segregation laws on the books like in America. So it's I entered black spaces occasionally, but the neighborhood I grew up in was very white, and by far the first elementary school, and to a certain extent the first couple of middle schools I went to. Like, I mean, I was one of two white kids or two black kids in the entire school at the second middle school I went to. So
see, and that's what I'm saying. Like, my experience is weird. It's different. I don't know if Philly was like this. Bellamy said there was like there's the same for in Philly, but my experience was like because I went to, I don't know if you know what a magnet school is.
I do. I tried to go to a magnet school actually, specifically for that reason. My parents wanted me to go because of how diverse it is.
Yeah, like, so I went to a magnet school, so like, well, my parents didn't move me to it, like, oh, like, let's move us out of the hood to the suburbs. No, they were like, oh, there's a brand new development. For all intents and purposes, it was a black neighborhood because we were the only family there. And then white people moved in around us. So I ended up just by happenstance growing up in a very white area, but went to school in a very black school.
I was gonna say that because of how it is, there's like more affluent black areas as well. Like in capitalism, there's only two classes, but like what you would consider, what you would colloquially call or like understand as middle class or upper middle class, exclusively black neighborhoods like that existed just like purely off of white flight and talented tenth type shit, where people will buy these really nice houses and like Negro gentrify these areas. And that's like kind of where
they worked hard to just push us out.
Yeah, and we would just make our own shit nice sometimes. But yeah, the magnet school, it was a school called Sudbrook. That's out in the county, but in a part of the county that's put down.
Yeah, the same thing. I don't want to give up. Like I said, don't want to talk to myself. But my school, my school was a black neighborhood. And my kind of problem is that, I heard that shit. We're like, oh, you talk white, right? And it's always because I grew up around white people. My parents were military, right?
Okay.
So like my parents were immigrants who got their education in the military. So that's just how I grew. I just talk like a certain way, right? I didn't talk like I'm from the hood because I wasn't from the hood, and my parents didn't talk like they were from the hood, even though they were.
Both of my parents, like my mom, my entire family is pretty much like Southern, like a lot of black families.
I must wait for my.
Like my grandmother her accent is like it's like fucking not even like Squidbillies, because that's like kind of disrespectful. But like my grandmother's accent is so fucking Mississippi that like I have to explain to other, like, and this kind of gets into what Bellamy was saying earlier about people like AAVE and it being like a means of safety, because my grandmother is literally a runaway slave. Like, her family were sharecroppers. Her dad, they ran off the plantation and shit. So like, I to the point where the way I speak and the way that my mom speaks, which is where I get a lot of my diction from, even though I grew up around a lot of white kids, which is where I got most of it from, if we're keeping it real. But like, my mom, I feel like worked very hard to not get that accent, even though
it's like a survival thing,
right? Because they went to integrated schools. You know what I mean?
Right. I feel like it's the same thing with my mother, because my mother is a Trinidadian immigrant, right? So like her accent will come out heavy when we're around family, when we're getting, especially like family like fresh off the boat family that are like just visiting or whatever. It comes out of her hard. and it'll like maybe like sometimes it might twinge out of me. But I feel like, you know, it's just I find that a lot with like immigrants as well, is that there's a certain generation that might really try hard to indoctrinate themselves into like quote unquote speaking white.
Right.
And
my grandma is like
push
Black
that on their
Boomhauer
chin,
sometimes. Deadass. Like my grandma is straight up like Black Boomhauer sometimes, and like, but the other crazy thing is like my father's side of the family, they all have very like stereotypical Southern draws. Like they all have more or less the same accent, and I feel like it's also because they're vets. Like a lot of my dad's side of the family are military as well, so like they don't have.
Which is a whole other conversation,
right? Yeah.
And having to be part of the military to get any type of.
Yeah, I'm named after my great grandfather, who was I know he was mad as fuck, dog. I know he was mad. He got drafted like a month before, he would have been too old. Like a month before he would have aged out. Like his birthday was a month after he got drafted.
Drafted for the Vietnam War?
Nah, for World War II.
Ooh, wow. Like, nah.
That sounds like fireworks. I'm pretty sure that's fireworks. If y'all can hear that, that's too far up in the air to be gunshots.
I would fucking hope so. But I do want to ask you. I want to ask you a question. How do you feel that growing up around white people and kind of also quote unquote having white interest affected you being able to, I mean, lack of better terms, get back black friends, right? Connect with black friends. I know for me it was difficult in my school because I didn't fit a certain type of blackness, right? Yeah. But because of that, you know, it kind of made it really hard for me to connect with black people, even though as much as I wanted to.
For me, and I mean, you're probably gonna understand immediately when I say this. It was literally through video games and the FGC. That's literally it.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Because I had playdates and shit, like I have cousins who are black and stuff, but they're my family members. They have similar backgrounds to me. Y'all have heard Kuma's accent before. Like, Kuma's accent's very, very similar to mine. And so aside from that, I would have like my parents' friends' kids, and they might be a little more hood or a little bit more like, you know, country oriented or whatever we'll say. And I could only relate to them either through video games or sports, because I played sports when I was a kid. I played basketball, soccer, and baseball. So I would say 100% of my black friends through that came from those avenues, because a lot of my other interests were like, I fucked with anime. Not a whole lot of people fuck with that at the time, because it was kind of
that was my problem.
Yeah, and I fucked with death metal. Like my music is still very niche, even though one of my favorite musicians is a black man. You know what I mean?
I would honestly say that, like that resistance, like I said, that kind of, I don't know if you ever dealt with that, trying to be in black circles and how they will respond to you when they hear about these certain interests. And to me, it's one of those like where it's kind of driven me more. Like, I don't listen to as much rock as I used to when I was younger, because being older, and I realized that it might have been like a subconscious like pulling away.
Oh, for me, it was straight up anti-blackness. I'll readily admit that. Because that's what I was getting to too. Is like it was hard for me to make black friends, because like if you asked me at the time, I would have been on, you know, the Shark 300 shit. Like, I don't identify with blackness. I want to just be me. I don't get why I have to be black and all that shit. And on top of that was the internalized anti-blackness of like the dislike, like that internalized low-key hatred of like things hood and like on some bootstrap shit, like, you know what I mean? Respectability. Respectability.
Yeah, I was a little bit on that, like when I was really because like my military parents. So it's a little bit. It was, and I feel like that was a little bit more like them trying to like, it's like them trying to escape the hood, and then imparting that onto me. right?
But also,
Where it's like, you know,
for it wasn't even because I didn't get that from my parents. If we're keeping it real, I got that 100% from trying to impress other white kids and like teachers and shit from growing up inculcated in white culture, and like I would straight up say like the black people don't like me because I'm not black enough for them, like that type of shit, because I actually enunciate, because I don't fucking gangbang, all this other dumbass stereotypical shit. It's like, no, the other black people didn't fuck with me because I very blatantly, very obviously had internalized anti-blackness, and
I really am.
that shit. And that's also, just as a sidebar, is what makes that like about that IRL situation happening now so wild, because it's like you are seeing the two different communities existing in real time, like the whatever shit you're doing, the people that you're fucking with, and the sphere that you're in, and the actual growing sphere with like people like FD and Soul Bunny, and you know us, you know what I mean, and not only
Bellamy.
like Bellamy, right, like niggas, cornbread tube. And you're like, I don't like that. These people, not only are you like, I'm not with that, but you're like gonna denigrate, like these people are vermin. You know what I mean? You're straight up referring to us as like vermin and subhuman and shit. And it's like, all right, my nigga, that's our fault. We don't like you, and it's our fault because you're not black enough for us. You know what I mean?
Right.
And
that's where my frustration comes from. I would say with this, because those guys are so loud. It makes it hard for someone like me, because I even put myself out there where I'll say things like, or I wouldn't say things, but I'll even straight admit that, like, I was one of those guys that was be like, I'm not into black women, but it wasn't because I wasn't really into black women, but it was because the black women I was around were quote unquote hood women.
Oh, you don't have to explain shit to me. I was a prolific bunny hopper. I'm the fucking Michael Jordan of bunny hopping, my nigga.
But that's the thing. Like, I would date Hispanic girls. I would date a black girl, but it was the fact is that those black girls weren't into me, and I was too young to realize I was what I learned the term reciprosexual, where it's all like, if you're not into me, I can't really find interesting. I don't really find desire in you, right? Like, so like you could be like the baddest bitch, right? But if you're like, if you're just like, yo, we cool, right? Like, we're just like chill. If you haven't like shown that like, oh yeah, I'm into you, Lisa, I'll be like, yo, what's up? How you doing? Like, we cool, right? So like, because there were no like black women at my school feeling me, because I was, I wore a sleeveless vest, right? I wore fingerless gloves. I did crazy hair. My friend describes me looking like an anime character. I was a weird black kid.
I'll tell you an exact conversation I had, because it's the most one of the most embarrassing fucking conversations I've ever had in my entire life. My godmother, how old was I? I had to have been like 21, and this was like right after like this was like a flagrant bunny hopping episode. Like, I just found it in my phone. Coincidentally, it came up in my fucking my history on Facebook.
Thank you, Fat Style.
This girl wrote me a fucking Dear John letter, but in the letter she's explaining, like, talking about how her father is gonna try to fucking kill us both because she's actually used the term, like, wrote out the word nigger lover on this piece of paper and gave it to me and shit. And my mom's godmother is like, why don't you find yourself a nice black girl? And I literally responded with, I'll get a nice one when they learn how to fucking read. And she got mad as fuck, dog, and I didn't understand why. Yeah. Like, I didn't understand why in the moment, right? But yeah. But
I get it. But that's what I'm saying. I was never like on that, where it was never.
I was on that.
The only thing I would have said is that, like, I didn't like weave, right? And I'll still say that as now. Like, I don't really like, wigs. So it's not even like a black thing. I was like, I just like real hair. So like the black girls I did, like my black girl or my ex-girlfriend who I dated for most of my 20s had like long black, had long curly hair, right? So that was just the fact that, like, I just liked, not in, like, she just had, and not even just whole like, it was flat, but I just like, she was like black and Puerto Rican, right? So I just liked, natural hair. So that was just my thing. I like natural hair, and I didn't know how to articulate that at that age. So if you ask me, like, I don't like black girls, I don't like weave and stuff, and I was like, what the fuck am I saying? You know what I mean? Where I was like, no, they just didn't like me because I was a quote unquote corny dude, right? You know what I mean? Because I wasn't into the shit they were into.
Yeah,
right?
I was just about to
white
say that. Yeah, European beauty standards. You know what I mean? Yeah.
right? So for me, it was very much like, and when I say natural, I don't mean like natural like girl. I mean like Afro, like I love afros. I love like C4, C4, right? Like that was my thing. So it was, but it just wasn't understanding like, oh, like though they wear weave, why do black women wear extensions? Why do they weave? And not understanding that it was like, protective styles and shit like that. Because I had an immigrant mother, right, who didn't do that stuff, right? So like I was never educated on that. At least until like I got older and started meeting other black women and started speaking. I was like, oh, okay, right. But that's where like kind of my problem came, where I was like, man, I wanted to date black girls, but I really couldn't because I was too quote unquote white, right? I was too corny, right? And then the black girls I end up dating are also corny black girls.
Nah, I was gonna say I'm not even gonna hold you.
Girls.
I was hypnotized, fam. Like I was on Shark 300, Uncle Ruckus time. I wanted a fucking
a sweet.
I wanted a nice, sweet white woman
white skin
to validate me as a person, and so I could be like, "Hey, I'm cool." Otherwise, I wouldn't have this white person. I'm cool enough. I'm good enough to date a white person.
Yeah, as Master Duck says, to be fair, living with white beauty standards forced that onto you. It makes sense why weeds would exist, and the makeup is the same exists, and every woman does that. Yeah. And I always just say like natural, like I understand like, light makeup between no and hell, obviously I'm the kind of guy that's like, I don't really care for makeup. And if you don't wear makeup, I'll be like, cool. Right. Like I was like that whole scary thing, like, oh, come to him with no makeup and see what he says. And I would have been like, cool. I mean, I liked your face. Right. But it does make so I do actually question, how do you think you got out of that? Because me, as I grew up, I realized that it wasn't so much that I was like hypnotized like you, and I was saying that was like you're bad or you're at fault. That I just realized I'm like, oh, I was just an outcast, right? And I didn't and I never fully ingratiated myself in the people in my neighborhood because they were racist, and my mother also had to threaten to shoot their kids.
Right.
So
it was literally just like being so two things happened. I started playing music and just like meeting more varied types of people through the music scenes because I was actually spending more time like in the city, like on my own. And then I actually moved like to the city, and I made the fabled, that notorious fall where it's like, as a black man in America, you're statistically likely to be way less successful than your parents, and not even off the strength of just like normal like recession type shit, but just like straight up, like when my parents were my age, I was 3 years old and they like had their own apartment and were 2 years away from buying a whole ass house. You know what I mean? And I'm nowhere near that level.
Yeah, the same thing with with my father, right? He was in a much higher place than I am right now. The only thing I will say with me is that's almost a deliberate choice of mine, because I'm so much trying to be more than his, like trying to like do that. I'm like, well,
I would
just working
say
a
that,
job ain't gonna do that. So
yeah.
I'm at least trying to like get above him. So it's like I'm doing better because shit's rough right now.
I can't say that only because of what my dad did for a living, and knowing that we have pretty much equal amounts of education. Yeah, it's my fault in terms of like my pride and my ideological position, and not being able just ideologically to do what he did as a career. But yeah, there's no fucking way. My man got rich as silly as fuck. I can make a whole ass computer out of trash, and he needs to fucking call me to check his email. But he's a fucking millionaire, and I'm here.
It's that lack of moral shit, dude. As someone who's like as an entrepreneur, my thing is I want to be ethical. We've had that conversation,
right?
So it's like, so now so that's why I'm broke, because I'm trying to be ethical as opposed to like,
and that's
what
also
ways can I be rich by tomorrow?
Yeah, and that's also another thing about this platform and about a lot of other creators is like, I understood very early, just because of my personal journey with the shit, that like you're not gonna get mass appeal talking about pro-blackery and liberation and reparations and shit. Like, if that shit was popular, we wouldn't need to do that shit in the first place. Like, you're going to be ignored straight up. Like, no one's gonna give a fuck about what you got going on. And that's what's also weird to me about a lot of the like, it's weird how it's not really acknowledged the degree to which just like normal culture or like professionalism or just like default culture is just straight up supremacy. But kind of gets back to what I'm saying.
That respectability politics and such.
But I'm gonna try to, cause they're I'm missing like chests and shit because they're trying to talk to me.
Yeah, no, for sure. No, it's getting pretty late. I'll let you go, man. It was a good talk, man. I appreciate it.
Yeah, always.
Looking forward to Thursday.
Well, yeah, and I usually stream and have open VC and do like just like talks and shit like this. So.
For sure. It's the next time I see you on. I appreciate you guys listening. Thank you very much.
Oh, yeah.
You guys for listening to me rant.
That's all good.
You guys have a good night.
Hell yeah. Have a good night, bro. Alright, let me get String Puller and Sock up in here so we can just chill and play some Diablo. I did see the Kraven the Hunter trailer, actually, and it's funny, because they definitely could use that W after Morbius. Jesus Christ.
For you have wandered beyond.
It's a fucking joke. So with that particular universe and the universe they're trying to build, and they're trying to build up the Sinister Six movie, I understand it. I'm gonna give it a chance just because I think it's gonna be John Wick with superpowers, which is like, you know, it's hard to fuck that up. The formula is already kind of set for that, but they'll never get to that Sinister Six movie. I think they're gonna have to do it Justice League style, where they just make that and then try to, you know what I mean? But yeah, I don't know what the goal is. Let me invite String Puller and Sock in here. Credit for, I don't know, I might have been trying to do stuff and missed that shit. Let me also, oh, I did get credit for it. Let me also pop another XP potion. Y'all are way the fuck over there. I don't even know if I got credit for that. Try and pull up on this loot. Pump it down, link. Alright. That is the goofiest part. Is you're trying to build, like, that's why I didn't fuck with Venom, honestly. It's because how the fuck are you doing Venom with no Spider-Man? Like, literally how?
Feel the sting of your wounds. Let the ice into your bones. Welcome your pain. For the agony of the flesh is the first cleansing of the soul. Make your faith stronger.
Do I have the XP? Do pots like that stack? Does it do 5, 10, 15, or does it just stay 5%? Because I'll just drink a shitload of the pots and XP blow stacks. Yeah, what's good, Broski?
Pots don't stack. You get 10, yeah, I think you get 10% for being in a party with people on your friends list, and then 5% from your pots.
Yeah, I just want to watch Carnage break shit. I'm so happy I have Carnage USA. Like, I have that complete set. That shit's worth like $80 fucking just like by itself. I have dupes too that I'm thinking about selling. Oh, you pull you in bet. I'm trying to fucking stack my fucking shit. I hate how this fucking skill tree is set up. It's kind of corny. I'm not.
Yeah, that's why I just followed the build and then changed it the way I wanted, depending on my gear.
I use like a redo it once you get to 50.
Oh, yeah.
Or whenever. Yeah. There's a leveling guide though as well if you want to find out what's gonna do most damage while you level.
I know the Bone Spear build is what everybody's kind of fucking with right now.
It's a really good one for leveling. That with the corpse, whatever. I don't know Necro too well. I just kind of glanced at it.
What am I want to change blood because I'm not really fucking with it either.
It's pretty good when you're like stunned and shit. You can use it, and it'll basically like cleanse you of any debuff.
I might as well just keep that shit on.
I run Blood Wave, Corpse Explosion, Corpse Tendril, Blood Mist.
It's like the core of the build.
That's what I'm running right now is Bone Spear, Bone...
Well, yeah, and Splinters and Spear, yeah.
Splinters, Spear, Mist, and Tentacles.
This quest line is kind of sad. Actually, both Act 1 and 2 quest lines are sad as fuck. It's like much more depressing game than World of Warcraft for sure.
Make these vulnerable.
Oh, I forgot the object. I am so sorry.
I'm gonna stack into my Bone Spears. What up, the swell cat Max? Playing Druid solo, where I don't like to play this game solo. Not going.
The grinding comes in, unfortunately. And dungeon runs. I remember doing Neph runs in D2.
Yeah, I used to do them with Aaron all the time. We used to, fam. I don't know if you remember vanilla Diablo 3 and how fucking real that grind was. I hit the end game and we sat up and played for 3 days and 3 nights before I saw my first fucking legendary. That shit was crazy.
That's terrible.
That grind was so real. I was ready to stop playing that game behind that. They had to update it to increase the drop rate. They drastically increased the drop rate.
We'll see how the drops are. Drops are on this one, man, because I haven't even tried to get uniques yet. Are they bad, Mr. Azira?
I mean, they're okay.
Got the hang
I've gotten
Daria. There you go.
I've got.
I said all wrong.
I think I have 3 uniques right now. Weapon, gloves, chest, 4 uniques, ring as well. They're cool. I don't like how you can't change the affix on unique, but I guess that would defeat the purpose of them being unique.
Yeah. Quite literally.
Because I'm like, you know, I could totally change this. I don't know why I need fucking, you know, flame reduction.
Avoiding frost, like just like half the sorcerer stuff is useless on the aspects. It's super annoying.
Oh, you're running Frost Source?
Yeah.
Sorcerer? Oh, nice. The scythe, the unique scythe I have actually is, it's one of those weird ones. Like for some reason, my darkness skills chill enemies. And then hits against frozen enemies generate essence for me.
To approach me. Ah, fuck this cutscene. I'll watch cutscenes on solo.
That's like the biggest complaint of all the reviewers. Like there's like these like reviewers called like I think it's Bellular News. It's like these British dudes. Maybe they're Irish. I don't know.
British?
Maybe
Oi,
they're
bruv.
Irish.
Yeah, some oi brovs.
Yeah, there we go. That sounds more like them.
Turf Island.
Yeah, they hate the hell out of like Blizzard now just because of Bobby Kotick and
I mean, it's a good reason to hate him.
Right.
Yeah, but they love Diablo 3. Like they tore Diablo Immortal apart, but like when Diablo 4 came out, they were like, yeah, this is the game. I'm worried about my
Mental
my
health.
playtime. Yeah, my mental health, my
Addiction.
playtime. Exactly. And so even they were said this was a good game. So I thought that was kind of interesting.
We got
the
pretty
thing that they
deep
complained
into,
about.
I was gonna say, me and Aaron at least, we got pretty deep
Fuck
into
D3, dude.
D3. Final Fantasy. I've never played a Final Fantasy game. I want to, but it's just it's not low on the list. But there's other stuff first. I gotta get to Legend of Zelda. I gotta get to Metal Gear Solid. I gotta get to all these other series that have like 8 fucking games in them before I can get to this 18 game fucking series.
So I got through 4 Metal Gears. So I was doing like a replay through. I started like when I was like 27. I'm like I just completed 3, but it was so emotional that like I cried and I was like, all right, none of that. I don't want to play another sad game for a little bit before I play 4.
Damn,
and then I went and played Dark Souls, and that game made me cry. Then I was like, come on,
Say,
yo.
I had to fucking call out of work after Gears 3. That shit was I was not right for a couple of days after that.
Yeah.
Rest in peace, my nigga Dominic Santiago. No spoilers. If you haven't played a fucking almost 15-year-old game.
Wow, it's 15 now, damn.
It's like, when did G3 come out? Gears of War 3 came out, was that 2010 or 2011, maybe?
Dom was the homie.
Dom was the homie. My man was a real one. Was with the shits, with his mans, supported his mans from start to finish. Unquestioningly, unwaveringly. He was just with the smoke at all times.
Bro, always 100%.
That's a real friend.
All the way from Gears 1, man. I remember that game came out, it was like, what, 07, something like that?
They were childhood friends too, I think. Like canonically. Like Marcus Phoenix and Dominic Santiago were like Dominic like fucking Marcus like moved in with their family and shit after he like ran away from his pops or whatever. He was doing that weirdo shit with the bitch from underground.
Huh. Interesting.
What up, Gray Eye? Hell yeah. Peace and love to the whole diaspora. Zelda lore is pretty cool. I've paid attention to a lot of lore. I heard like 4 was the best Final Fantasy though, Bellamy. Like, or at least I heard Final Fantasy 4 has the best villain. That like Kefka, because I've read some of those plots too.
6.
Oh, Kefka is 6?
Yeah.
Word. Yeah, I heard he's kind of unfuckable.
Kefka is the best villain. He's basically the Japanese Joker.
Oh, never mind. I just read that Roman numeral backwards like a fucking dummy.
Kefka's a G. He actually wins. This is the crazy part.
Space lasers won't actually work for shit, surprisingly enough. I didn't think so, but I feel like you'd probably be better off just using projectiles in space.
They say in The Expanse.
One of the characters, one of my old roommates named his dog Amos because Amos was from Baltimore in The Expanse.
Oh yeah, Amos is from Baltimore, and they actually really go into that in the, especially in the
In the
books. They
books,
describe, they described like the future Baltimore, and it's like the same place. I'm like, what? Like 300 years in the future, and it's literally
If you
the same exact place.
if you've ever been to Baltimore City and like you've spent as long time as either one of us have here, you would know why that is exactly correct. This shit's gonna be exactly the fucking same in 150 years.
Greatest city in America, right?
City that reads.
I like that one more. I like that one so much more.
Their path always ends in fire and death.
Man, yeah, those. Oh man, now you got me thinking about those Expanse.
Aaron Earn and Iron Earn.
Aaron earned and Iron earned.
Open the door.
That's not funny because I still can't break myself of saying ooh
I was just
instead of
about to
oil.
say, yo, I say water still. I just did that the other day.
Bro. Toilet.
Toilet.
Not toilet. Toilet.
Toilet. Fucking check me out. Bellamy was just in here. I was just talking to Bellamy the other day talking about water ice.
Ice water?
Nah, water ice. You know the Philly, like the Italian. I told you we call it Italian ice down here. You even know what I was talking about.
Oh no, yeah. Wait, it's called what? Water ice?
Water ice, yo.
Nah.
Dead ass. Bellamy, educate this man, please.
Water ice. I love it. I love it. It's so crazy, so close yet so different.
Right. It's not ice water. It's water ice.
Water ice.
So unserious.
Oh, we gotta fight a bunch of spirits now.
Italians pulled up on Philly like, yeah, it's the water ice there. Yeah, give me your money.
Give me your pants.
Damn. Surprise, surprise, Keffel's ancestors were unserious people.
You are not serious people. Man, I literally almost said that to my so get this, yo, man. Like I feel like my team at work is like cursed, and so like I think like what, like 4 people out of like the 6 or 7 quit within like a 6 or 7 month period of time, including myself. And it's like unprecedented. Like the last job I was at, I was there like a decade, and I came in like my director only lasted 3 months.
Damn. That sounds sounds like my job, yeah.
Damn, bro.
I was like, this is some wild shit.
You work for Tesla?
Basically.
Baltimore Italians are exactly the fucking same. They got Little Italy here, yo. That shit is fucking. I'm gonna say less because people get mad as shit when I shit on Little Italy. Fuck Little Italy all day.
Sealed shut.
I've not seen not near one nigga in Little Italy yet.
Look, why we don't have a Little Italy in Atlanta.
Right. Why don't we have Little Africa? Because it's just called the Hood. That's what it's called. Baltimore is fucking 64% black, and there's no Little fucking Africa, but we got Little Italy.
Bruh.
I'm never beating the anti-race mixing allegations. It's just.
Man, we've all seen Jungle Fever. We know how that.
Little Nigeria. Yeah. Little Benin. Little Senegal. Yeah, those are actual real places that you can definitely go to.
Is that door still sealed? Do we not get the...
Get that slushy away from my the peppermint leaves.
Oh, yeah, we got it. Cool.
I'm a slushy guy. I actually fuck with the slush puppy more than I fuck with the Slurpee.
And here, the same
Skip this fuck.
Okay.
I fuck with the water ice the heaviest, Or like straight up like the Sonic pop with the fucked up ass gumball eyes, or Spider-Man pop.
I can respect that too. I can respect that too. Now that it's summer, especially.
Right. The ice cream truck pulls up.
Let's keep on.
I need a Power Ranger with googly eyes, my nigga.
Oh yeah, we gotta go over here.
I need
Wait,
that
no, we
fucking. I need that Steve Buscemi Pikachu. Let me get that.
Oh my goodness.
God.
Chest beats shot.
It's like the Pikachu's kind of nasty for real. It's like lemonade. I just don't dig like it's too sour. That flavor is just not.
I'm pretty sure the eyeballs were sour too, weren't they? You gotta get that SpongeBob.
SpongeBob is also kind of. I don't remember SpongeBob. Oh, I fuck with push-ups. Remember push-ups?
Push-ups.
I
Yeah.
would fuck up some push-ups. My mom would be mad as shit. She'd buy a box
Are they
of
still
push-ups.
real? Do they still exist?
You can still get them.
yeah.
You can still get them. I don't know if you can get them at the grocery store anymore, but I'd definitely be seeing them in like 7-Eleven. And like 7.
I'm trying to buy a box. You know what I'm saying?
I wanted to, my mom would be mad as shit. She would come home from the grocery store with the 6 box and wake up in the morning and there'd be 2 left.
And it'd be gone.
Cause you gotta try all the flavors off rip. Bro. I mean, you gotta get your favorite one
All
at a
at
time.
once.
Oh my goodness.
Some people don't understand that.
One more time.
Man, I saw how they sampled that recently. It just blew my mind. It was in that song like 30, 20 years, something like that. And seeing how it was sampled, I was like, what?
Yeah. The Flintstones push-ups, yes. The push-itis, pure-itis, yes.
Like the sherbet, right? Like the little orange sherbet.
Yeah, and they were
Yeah.
they had the little fucking like platform. It was basically like a giant ass glue stick, but instead of glue,
Yeah,
it was
exactly.
sherbet.
Like those loose things you just pushed up and just.
Yeah, squeeze that shit up into your grill.
Yeah.
Oh, you guys didn't heal?
Short. Oh shit.
I should have healed, but.
Damn, is it short from,
That's alright. You'll be
from
alright.
Norway? Didn't he get locked up for beating up a gay dude?
What?
There's this, it's nerdy like black metal area. It's fucking Norwegian weirdo.
Regions are weirdos.
But don't touch my skeletons like that, yo. Get off my man's.
They lack the required essence. I need more time.
Damn, that shit is smacking.
Yeah, it does. That bulgy ass has some pushback. Because you have like unstoppable. You're flying across the map. Man, I did this solo the first time, and I was like level 30. It's not fun.
I'm level 30 right now.
I should take this back to Nerel.
No.
Chort is actually Russian for demon, so that's interesting. I do know that.
Let's take us back to the front, I think, right?
Yep.
Jones dipped in chocolate with the nuts on them, the bullshit. Oh, you talking about the chocolate eclairs. Yes, Bellamy. The strawberry joints though. The strawberry joints kind of like I fucked with the chocolate eclair. That was hitting, but when I had the strawberry joint, that changed the whole ice cream game for real.
Interesting.
Man, and I want to make some ice
This
cream,
letter was written
but all
by
my
a
cream's
Russian.
expired.
I've been thinking about, because there's a print, like you can buy a motor and you can like 3D print an ice cream maker. I've been thinking about doing it. I just haven't been able to commit
That's
to
awesome.
the bit.
It can still work.
It's
What does it use for the freezing element? You just like destroy it in the freezer?
Yeah, it's basically it's a
Are you sure this is a good idea?
it's something that a mason jar fits inside of or something, and you just fill the thing outside the mason jar up with ice, and it.
Oh, got you. Gosh, you just throw that shit in the freezer and just spin it around.
Doesn't work quite like that. You gotta plug it into the wall. I'm pretty sure.
Oh, you do? Okay, I gotcha.
It'll make you like a single serving, like a little mug of ice cream after a few hours. Something nice, something light to have like after a long day at work or something. Would be cool. Just have tossing all day. I wouldn't make a homemade slushy machine actually. Now that I think about it, I'm tripping. I'm surprised I haven't done that shit yet.
Oh, that'd be so delicious.
Too busy.
Oh my goodness, I cannot do
other
that,
shit
man.
that I
I'm gonna kill my pancreas trying to trying to not.
Yeah, ice cream takes a while to make. I fuck with soft serve more than I fuck with real ice cream, honestly.
Yeah.
The ice cream shop I was at we had this like strawberry banana swirl soft serve. That shit was
running it down.
Are you talking about the one you worked at that I came to visit?
Yeah,
that one
that you
day?
came to see. Yeah.
Shit.
I used to fuck that soft serve up. I would get a cone. I wouldn't even fill the I wouldn't even swirl it up the top. I would just fill the cone up and just eat it with the cone. That shit's delicious. That's like the best part of that.
I'm not ready yet.
For that now. No.
Lack the required essence.
Reduce sugar intake.
Yeah, I gotta start watching that shit now. Getting a little hefty. And my mom is pre-diabetic now, so I know I'm predisposed to that shit. Trying to fuck myself all up. Only 33.
For this town portal system in this game is so much better.
The water ice. I'll confess. No, you definitely won't forget because that motherfucker's loud as fuck. I watched I watched like a Instagram reel about it. That shit sounds like a fucking rock tumbler going off in the background.
I used to have one of those. Loud as shit, bro. You put it outside.
Right.
What are you talking about?
A rock tumbler. Watch, I'm gonna fuck around and make a water ice fucking tumbler.
Wrong way.
Oh, we are going the wrong way. I am going the wrong way.
I gotta tell y'all because I didn't see where y'all went. I was too busy looking at chat.
That's what the tellies are for, man. They're so good in this game.
They're quick in this game. I kind of fuck with it.
I know, dude. It's so much better than like I don't know. I never played D3, but in D2 you had to like buy town portal scrolls.
I was gonna say I was just about to say that's kind of one thing I miss about like original D and D2. It was like they were legit survival horror games where like
they were. Yeah.
All your spells you had to buy books for. All your fucking potions and shit you had to buy. Town portals you had to buy. Like you could learn the town portal spell, like book a town portal. But those first few levels where all you get is scrolls, you're getting your cheeks clapped by skeletons and shit. Yeah, that shit.
Yeah. Like, oh, I'm getting clapped. Time to go in the corner, open up a portal, and come back.
I had a fucked up save state because there was like a moon clan in like level 7. It was the farthest I ever got that like had its arm raised above my head so that as soon as you load the game, man, it smacks you and kills you, and it was hardcore mode.
Rest in peace.
I'm afraid she's won this one. Besides,
Oh man, hardcore mode.
I didn't understand it as a kid. That was one of the first computer games I played. First 3 PC games I played were Roller Coaster Tycoon, Diablo, and Unreal Tournament.
Nice.
Good old Roller Coaster Tycoon. I guess you're making the roller coasters that didn't end. They just flew off into nowhere and blew up.
You don't need one in your park. Yeah, you already got the money.
Do that, but I make the bad people pit. I make the bad people pit.
Throw all the angry customers in the pit.
Yeah.
Throw all the customers in the pit, and you like
all the
you're
crying
going nowhere.
family members of all the dead people from your fucking roller coasters with no safety precautions.
Right. Oh, you don't like my park? Well, you're gonna fucking learn
16
to like
loop-de-loops. People just pass out.
Get off the ride and immediately Earl. Like, oh, you don't like my ride? Well, you're gonna learn to like it because you're not going anywhere.
Oh, so terrible, man.
I would just straight
Bunch
up.
of sociopaths in training.
It would be like
Yeah,
straight up.
really.
It would be a fucked up ass roller coaster like that with like nothing, like 36 corkscrews, and then the like exit kiosk, like the exit kiosk, would just drop straight into the hole, yo. So you would get off the roller coaster and fall right in the fucking hole.
Oh my god.
Motherfuckers are in there starving, crying, trying to figure out how to get out.
Bro.
Guest number 357 is hungry.
Like, get your ass in the pit.
I used to do some wild shit in Sims too.
Then you murder them all. You get the water and just fill it up with water, and they all fucking die.
Terrible. That's so terrible. Someone has died at your park. Oh my goodness. If the Sims, you just like put them in the pool and then you remove the ladder. That was the one method I remember.
Nah, bro. You build the basement with no doors.
You can do that too, yeah.
They're just under your house. Bro, when you don't know how to like kick people out or like solve problems, you just hide the problems.
I slurped that potion.
Last one is top right.
Wait.
Turn around.
I went the wrong way, man. I went right back the way we came.
Yeah, I was following you. That's wild.
Bro.
Walking around with that Delta 8. Rippers. Oh, shit.
I'm just waiting. My character moves too goddamn slow. That's the one downfall of my character. Necro is so slow. I mean, you're dead, bro. Like, what do you expect? Your little joints is stiff. You got that arthritis. Better pop a pot before you die.
I just did. I had to. I noticed how close I was. I'm used to playing like that though. For my fucking solo wizard going constantly
Lack the required essence.
some fresh skelly boys.
I'm pretty sure when you pop that little priest, it heals them and gives them a buff. Like when you try to summon more and you already have enough out. I think it buffs them.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready.
Okay, I see. That's why he's trained.
Oh shit!
Oh.
That man knew I was soft.
Kill you?
Nah, he almost did. He tellied on me. He tried to. Well, let me pop my XP potion again too. I don't know why I keep trying to kill my own fucking skeletons, but I did that looking goofy as shit when I first started playing the game. I summoned them and then stood there for like 5 minutes wondering why they weren't dying.
It's okay. They've scared me sometimes. You like teleport
Yeah,
somewhere and they'll pop up around you and you're just like, oh shit.
That's exactly what happened to me, yo. I was like, oh my god, oh my god. They're getting so close.
When you get the golem and you can get like 8 of each of them, it gets pretty fucking hectic too.
I'm about to just have an army of skeletons.
Alright, what's what I need for this boss? This boss is so annoying.
No way.
Give me like 20 seconds. I need to grab a bottle of water.
Just looking at my fucking Nalgene, make sure I had some water. Wet my whistle, you know what I mean?
Yeah, so go grab this from the other side.
Be drinking that H2O.
No.
I'm out of G Fuel. Yo, have you seen that fucking, there's a Gundam G Fuel with like a steel shaker? That shit looks tough.
My buddy got it. He pre-ordered it.
I'm about to cop it.
Man, I wish G Fuel just didn't make me worry about my kidneys.
Yeah, I feel it.
Like, oh my goodness, man. It's like evil in a can.
I just try to only drink water and G Fuel.
That's what I'm trying to get to. It's like energy drink and then G Fuel. Or energy drink and then water. That's basically.
Alright, let's get it.
Just get it.
Oh, damn, this shit sold out. Fuck. See, I knew I fucked up by waiting.
Yeah, bro, that shit sells out quick.
Sucks. I'm gonna have to get
I got the Fallout like 10th anniversary when it came with like a lunchbox and shit.
I just got
They love their lunchbox in the world.
Hop in the shield. Hop in the shield.
I got the first high season.
Oh man, you almost died. No, don't have the shield. That's kind of sad, man. Vigo. I actually like them. Put him in that evil armor.
I like that shit doesn't have experience.
They're much easier.
These.
Or Vigo. This cutscene actually makes me a little sad.
Vigo, who did this? I have done all that was asked. The pain is gone now. This was a just punishment. A stronger man would have refused Venard's bribe. Nerel. Nerel, is she safe?
Yes, she is safe.
Damn, you had him in the Iron Maiden.
No coincidence.
Yep.
I came here to help. Will you give this to her for me? I should never have taken it.
I cannot carry more.
Oh shit, I can't carry nothing else. Let's see, what we about to drop?
No, right? You can just teleport back and forth until you break everything down. And be greedy. Be greedy, man.
I cannot carry more.
I'm gonna be... Reminds me of fucking playing Warhammer Online. Need or greed? Nah, I'm definitely about to ninja everybody's loot.
Greed, 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 greed.
Playing that Star Wars The Old Republic.
That game's old, man.
We were on that back in the day.
Or were.
I remember when it was like about when it was announced, I was like, man, this is gonna make finally a Star Wars MMO that's actually good. Because Galaxies was okay, but it was very short-lived.
Yeah.
Shit, hold up. I gotta fucking sell.
Oh, yeah, let's do that first. What did she drop? Did I get anything that she dropped? I guess I picked it up already.
Gotta sell shit first.
Huh? Our party is being gathered.
Kinda hungry.
Oh, you should have kept doing your shit. You could have declined that. Press T and go back. He went to sell too.
No, I was just going back to see if they had dropped anything, but there's nothing there. I picked it up already. I don't need to sell anything. I got like 20 slots, 10 slots left.
Okay.
I'm out of town, thugging with my round. My coochie pink, booty hole brown.
They nerfed Barbarian yet, man? Because I saw like some dude did like 1.2 million damage to a boss. I was like, this is
Yeah,
dumb.
that's silly. That seems very silly.
I was like, can you please just make the game balanced?
Yo, what the fuck is happening? I forgot to decline, and it's hellied me mid-salvage.
Oh my god. Alright, well, since you're here.
You're here, cutscene time.
You mean skip time?
Exactly. Back to selling.
Gotta apply skills too.
You have aspects?
I don't think so. Too. Almost 32 though. I'm like, quarters.
Need something forged?
Huh.
I mean, I need to look at my build because I have a bunch of extra points that I need to put in.
Vigo's protecting amulet.
That thing's cool. That's what I'm using right now. Actually, it makes that barrier. I don't know how it works, so I think it like will knock things back and
if you are,
projectiles.
yeah, if you're not debuffed, if you were debuffed and you get hit, it makes a 7.5 second bowl around you, but it can only proc every minute and a half.
Yeah.
And it's got almost 9% resist to all, so that's nice.
Like I don't even remember like what have I not gotten that I need to get?
Town, thugging with Brown. Coochie pink. My booty hole brown. He used the marks of his drunk spacebar.
Use what? What?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got it.
I need to grow in power.
All of this shit is drunk.
I usually just break down anything that has like the little hammer on it that says unlocks new look on salvage. I break all that shit down, and then I sell everything else.
I'm just breaking everything down until I hit 50, so I have hella meds.
That's fair. You don't have to accept that. I didn't mean to do that.
It's all good. I'm gonna accept it. It's finished.
That's fine. I seriously don't know where to put my last skill point at. I put these.
Damn, what was I? I think I was 25. So I've jumped. Oh yeah, I gotta. Is my pot still active? Yeah. Jumped almost another 10 levels.
Vigo
Easy.
wanted you to have this.
Power level.
He was a good man.
So good he wouldn't have got himself poked up. Real Donald Trump shit. Fuck out of here, nigga.
Man, you like my British friend, who's just as unempathetic. Keeps it real like that.
It's Juneteenth. I'm not trying to fucking. I only got 2 hours left to celebrate.
Yo, yeah.
I celebrated Juneteenth by walking off my fucking job and not saying anything to anybody. Just being real
It's
fucking
based. You also have to tell the supervisor you're not a serious person as you walk off too.
You.
Let's skip that. Okay, I think. What's next? Now we're in Act 2, right?
Yeah, I gotta have 2 whole ass skill points. Let me stack them in my bone spear so I have maxed out bone spear. Fuck Texas. What up, Glamour Smash Face? Fuck Texas, except for all the black and indigenous, Chicano people.
I just left you there.
It lacked the required essence. I'm not ready yet.
I fuck those weird ass Groot niggas up. Weird Groot. Evil Dead. Is that the tree from Evil Dead? should probably check my email. Open this business laptop that they gave me that's been completely fucking destroyed. Because I definitely just leave this shit in my car at all times, so all the little rubber feet just melted off of it.
You melt it off?
Yeah, this shit is like...
Bro, everything's on cooldown. I don't even know how I'm supposed to kill all this stuff.
Keep wanting to use a fucking... treating it like a touchscreen. My fucking razor blade has a touchscreen. Actually, you know what? I'm not even checking my... I'm turning this off, I'm closing it, and I clock it.
Really? I need to go buy
Never
somewhere.
work outside of being clocked in.
X. Kind of shit right now.
First, I get sucked into working 10-hour days, man. Like, implicitly.
My normal shift is supposed to be 12 hours, and they'll do shit, be like, yo, if you stay, we'll give you $500, and then not give you the $500.
Yeah, no. Kiss my ass.
I'm gonna take $500. That's what's about to happen.
Hey, a wise man once told me if it ain't nailed down.
I know, right?
Loot goblin on me.
The loot goblin on you? Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit.
Treasure Gobby.
Yeah, he's trying to leave.
Yeah, I'm running away.
No, can you stun him? Can you stun him? I'm sorry, I'm almost there. I can freeze him.
Alright, I got him.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh, Leggy.
Ooh. Leggy. A Leggy staff. This is Leggy. Hold on. This is staff.
Damn, my dog, my bone spear is fucking slapping.
Is Esu's ferocity? Who's ferocity? What the hell is this? This is a fire staff. No! I'm gonna have to break this down. That sucks. This is a good staff too. Damn. When you get a legendary that's not
That's all day.
I know, right?
I've just been shoving all of it into my bank.
All the legendaries?
Yep.
No,
Ones that I feel like I could use. Bro, I've done spent fucking God 10, 20 million dollars on breaking aspects out of them. I got tired of doing it. Got a whole page full of those too.
Aspects, yeah.
I'm like literally about to start just throwing shit away because it's so cluttered.
At least just break it down and salvage.
Yeah, true.
You'll eventually be able to
I
make
hardly
the
work
perfect
with clock,
weapon.
man.
If you have
The co-creator is still married to Lucy Lawless from Xena. That's fire. Lucy Lawless is mad fun.
Alright, now for the Druid quest line, I guess.
I'm looking for a Horadrim named Donan. An old friend of his sent me.
At this hour,
Who wouldn't still be married to Lucy Lawless? True. I mean, a lot of goofy people would probably fumble that. I would fumble. Fumbled women that are not nearly as remotely as attractive or intelligent.
Dad, I need to be out in the field with the other knights.
Why the rush, my boy? You know, I found some of my old Horadric tomes. Stay here, and we can go through them together.
I can take some with me. We have a visitor.
This discussion is not over. Is there something you need?
I gotta kill this Thea person and get this necklace of eyes.
Where is it? Mark it on the map.
It's a campaign.
Is it Ked Bardu?
That's a abandoned.
Let's keep it up. Let's keep it.
Trying to figure out. Oh, there it is.
Oh, man.
Father bless. What do you need?
Where's my stash?
In a main town.
Yevouchad.
Do your quest that's here first.
What's up?
Do your quest that's here first. Came here for a quest, right?
Yeah.
Do that. Alright, it's that dungeon. Let's go do that and then press T and then go to your stash.
Sure. So what is it? This man said, "Send reparations. You people are a joke," and then got immediately banned, instantaneously banned.
Like banned.
Oh god.
Teleporting in. I didn't realize it was like a huge dungeon.
Just be careful when you get in here.
Big butcher.
I hope he does.
Oh yeah.
He beat my ass. I was a level 53. No pots. Nightmare dungeon.
Be a tough skill of the necromancer could resurrect.
right back.
Oh, Luke Goblin.
Oh shit.
No. Well, you
Right
guys
when
will
you're
probably
saying
kill
I'll
it.
be right back, that sucks. It's like I'll be right
No,
back.
but you guys will kill it, and I'll be able to get the loot. I just won't be able to participate in the actual slaying of the goblins.
Leggy.
Body.
Damn. Saw two of them today. I haven't seen him in that's place.
On you.
He died back here. I don't know if your loot's still back here.
You died back here?
Yeah, it was like right here. I don't know if you'll get anything if you weren't in here.
Dang, I got something when I teleported out, but it's not a big deal. Reminder to manage my inventory more properly.
Yeah, honestly, I'll usually just pick through and drop things before I go back.
It gets to that point eventually.
It's fucking junk anyway, you know.
Gotta go find the key.
No.
You got the key, what you mean?
Really? I saw this whole other barbarian thing.
You're in here.
That shit was smacking.
I'm out of essence.
Uh-oh.
Hell no, that ladder's made of wood too. I know that shit hurt. Yo, as soon as I climbed down the bottom of the ladder, I started panicking because my skeleton just crawled out of it.
Every time. Easy clap.
Easy, easy.
All right, homie, that's it for me.
I'm probably gonna hop off, grab some food, and get to bed.
Same. But I got some levels. Appreciate y'all.
Oh yeah, my man went from 25 to like 33.
Oh yeah.
So did. So there's an elixir for experience points.
Yep.
Huh.
Any of them should give you 5%.
Huh.
And then it's 10% if you're in a party with someone that you are friends with.
Huh.
So you get like an extra 15% on top of whatever your modifier is for the world tier.
Well, I'll be damned.
Yeah, that's why when you hit world tier 4, you start leveling up quick because you're getting 300% extra XP plus that extra 15% as well.
Gotcha. Okay. I didn't even think about that. Didn't even think about that.
All right, friends, have a good rest of your night.
Yes, well, man. Night, night.
So, shit.
Anything breaks, the forge is hot. Let's go salvage.
What up, Magic? Punishing the soloist even more, I feel. My pot is world too. Let me shit in my stash. Use a leggy wand and focus. I just sold the focus. Damn. Instead of the Syrian, I'll keep on. I'll hold on to. I'll hold on to both ones I got. Blood mist triggers corpse explosion. Surrounding. What do I even still have? Why the fuck is this shit still in my salvage? Sell a lot of lock stuff except the legendary. Or I'm a.
You can take what's left.
I got material. Hey, veiled crystal. Forgotten soul. Use a blue or green gem. I got blue. Quest, no more raid. No more raid paradigm shift. Damn, I've really been streaming for 5 fucking months. I fucked around. This man Anal came in here talking about, yay, 8-hour endless cemetery stream. I said, hell nah. And my dumb ass sat here and streamed for 5 motherfucking hours. God damn.
It was only an apple I stole. The father wouldn't want me to go hungry, would he?
Hey, is that me in this stuff? I can see that. Ah, pitiful I look. Just give me my eyes back, won't you? Can I just push them right back in their sockets? Just like... that pain! The sockets burn! Oh, God! Oh, God! My eyes!
Damn, that poor dude. I was ready to follow him and put him out of his misery, but
I carry the best shards of the heavens.
Saga, just in case. All right. Have a good night, y'all. Raiding in the paradigm shift. Happy Juneteenth. I'll catch y'all. I might catch y'all tomorrow. Definitely come by Thursday. We're gonna be talking about into Across the Spider-Verse. I mean, we're gonna be talking about Across the Spider-Verse. It's gonna be spoiler heavy. Gonna have some character analysis conversation, some Black experience conversation. Should be cool. And yeah, I'll see y'all on the other side. Now I can talk shit about Dylan.